Okay, I think I've gotten better at YouTube streaming. I know how to use the schedule system now, so it's not like it's always showing the channel banner whenever I go live, so that's good. So anyway, how's everybody doing? I did upload a video today on the new ATX power supply, ATX 3.0 power supply. That power supply being this one here. So the Meg AI 1300p. AI I think stands for the I'll just put that over here. Why does that show up? Okay, people can see it. Yeah, so that's the new power supply from MSI. They are not the first to market. We're probably going to talk about ATX 3.0 power supplies later on in the stream. I'm just going to wait for more of the viewers to come in to the channel and then start chatting, and then we'll get going. So let me go ahead and save a live view. All right. So Genshin Impact has a new banner up. It's the Yai Miko. I was looking at it earlier. So the Yai Miko rerun and the Tartaglia rerun. But there is a new 4-star character which I do want to try to pull for. We're probably going to do that. I have just over 5,000 Primo Gems, so we have about 38 wishes. If I get Yai Miko... Oh, Heizo's also on here. That's interesting. So if I get Yai Miko, that's great, because I don't have her. But I really want Lila or Layla, because I've been wanting a new cryo character that can basically do what they call fridge. Basically, you can do frozen builds and then apply dendro on like water, or also do like superconduct and also proc like quicken and spread and those sort of reactions. So lots of interesting stuff with this banner. Yai Miko would be really nice to have, but whatever. We'll see. It's interesting that Yai Miko is on rerun when I feel like Shenhe is the character that I really think is kind of overdue for a rerun. I don't know what the release schedule is going to look like for that rerun, because Shenhe is a character that I don't have. I don't have Yai Miko either, but she's been around. Like, she was back in like March, whereas Shenhe I think was like January, if not mistaken. Or maybe even December. I can't really remember, but it was a long time ago. So, yeah. But, so we got some Genshin Impact stuff planned, some wishes. I don't know if it's going to be anything great to watch. I think most people that tune into my streams are typically here for the technology discussions. We whiteboard it out. We kind of like draw out stuff, diagrams and stuff like that. So if you want to know more about technology, and if you like the content you've seen on the actual upload videos, stay tuned for some of that, because we are going to be talking about PCIe 5.0 power supplies, also known as ATX 3.0 power supplies. I recently did an unboxing video of the new MSI Meg AI 1300p. So it's a 1300 watt power supply. I am streaming off of the system using that very power supply that I unboxed earlier. There will be a video tomorrow showing the installation process, how to upgrade and avoid having to use the RTX 4080's triple breakout or the RTX 4090's. We've got one here. The quad. I call it the quad. Basically, there's like 4 of these. It's kind of ridiculous that the 4090 uses 4 of these. So I think this is just a complete overkill. But they do have 1 per sense wire, which is interesting. So yeah, like, if you guys are interested in this, in that content regarding like power supply problems, because I know Gamers has been doing extensive video coverage on the breakout adapter cable from NVIDIA. Igor's lab has talked about it. Billzoid has weighed in on it. Like, I don't have any of that expensive equipment to test anything, so I can't really do much with that. All I can show you guys is what you can do if you either want to mitigate the likelihood of having a problem. So basically, don't bend the cable at the actual connector. Try, if you have to bend it, like in my case I had to bend it a little bit, you can see the bend is not at the actual connector. The other way that you can avoid the problem completely is basically the expensive route, and that is to buy a brand new power supply, that is an ATX 3.0 power supply, in which we do have a video covering unboxing on that. We'll do a full breakdown video of what that looks like once it's installed in the system in another video tomorrow. So that's already actually scheduled for the premiere for tomorrow. So if you guys are interested in that, you can definitely hit the notification for that video. And if you like this sort of content, feel free to subscribe. It really does help me out. I'm not the type of person that likes to beg for subscribers. I feel like if you guys really think the content is worth it, and you want to get notifications of new video uploads, definitely feel free to subscribe then. I mean, I feel like that's how it should be. I don't like to continuously ask people. I just don't like when YouTubers just, you know, say rate, comment, subscribe, hit that bell icon. I don't really like doing that. That's why if you watch my YouTube videos, you'll almost never hear me say hit that bell icon, all that stuff. I'll sometimes say it, but it's probably like once every 3 or 4 videos or so. Yeah, it's just not something that I really do. So let me get logged in here, and then we'll get going. So we have a new subscriber. Marula subscribed. That was 13 hours ago, so that was not long. I'm just replaying it so that there's the notification. But thanks for the subscription.
これほど美しき景色を見ればおのずと旅がしたくなるものだよね。
Let's get going here with Genshin Impact. And then once people start getting into the stream and start asking me questions, then we will probably break from the standard format of me typically playing a game, and then like once we get into an actual discussion, we'll probably start talking about the power supplies. I'll probably start going through my recommendations for power supplies, because I think that not only is there the brands like EVGA, Corsair, you know, Seasonic, there's also the actual equipment manufacturers, or the original equipment manufacturers, and the original device manufacturers, so the ODMs and the OEMs. So those are actually what I would pay more attention to, and those aren't always public knowledge. What do I mean by that? So for example, the MSI power supply that I recently unboxed, that power supply is actually made by a company known as CWT, also known as Channelwell Technology. So they're one of the best ones. The power supply that I replaced, there's nothing wrong with it. I mean, it's just, I just want that you know, 12 volt, very high power, the high power cable for the RTX 3090 Ti. So to do that, I had to upgrade the power supply because my old Corsair HX 1200 doesn't have a connector. Now the HX 1200 is also made by CWT. So I wanted another CWT power supply because I know that the CWT units, particularly the high wattage ones, do not have the problem with tripping OCP if you're running a high wattage GPU like the 3090 Ti, which has terrible transient spikes, far worse than the 4090, or even something like the 6950 XT, which also has transient spikes, not quite as bad. But you know, coming from like old Vega 64 days, where that's where I learned about OCP as an actual thing that can happen when you're playing games, I figured, you know, I'm just gonna stick with CWT because I know it works, right? Like, I had a really good experience using the HX 1200 from Corsair at CWT. So, you know, when I'm in the market for another power supply, I'm typically gonna consider something that's CWT. So, the other one that I will recommend is Superflower. So, Superflower is the one that does a lot of the manufacturing for EVGA power supplies, and I know EVGA is also a very good, reliable brand, or I guess a reseller type brand, because it's not OEM. They don't make their own power supplies, but they resell power supplies from distributors
拙者と故郷のつな
or
がり
actual power supply
がも
manufacturers.
うこの
So,
刀のみ
having
で
said
ござ
all
る
that, let's do the wishes. Let's do some wishes. See if we can get lucky and pull either Yaimiko, if not her, at least let's try to get Lila. So if we look at my history, so the last time I pulled a 5-star was November 1st. And that was Nahida. That was the previous new 5-star character. That was also an Archon character, which I really did have to have because if at the very least I want to at least have the Archon characters in this game because they're very, very good support characters. So we're gonna go ahead and do a 10 pull. We'll just make this quick. See if I can get her within the first, first 30 or so. We don't have a whole lot here. Come on, Lila. If I pull Lila, I'm good. I'll still use up the rest of the wishes because we still do want to try to pull for Yaimiko, but it's not really a must-have. Oh, there we go. We're done. Okay. We're done. That was easy. Oh, man. I'm so glad that she showed up. So we got Lila. Let's keep going. Let's try to get Yaimiko. If not Yaimiko, I would like a Hazo constellation or a Lila constellation. Probably Lila, because I think my Hazo is C2, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, that's a bummer. That's a sad face. But those two gold will go to, the Star Glitter. Okay, I did not get anything good there. So we have a few wishes left. Let's go ahead and do these. Another purple. Then we get a Lila. Oh yes! Man, I need to do these more often on stream because I feel like a lot of people try to claim streamers' luck. I don't believe in that, but the last time I tried to pull a 4-star, it was not easy to do. Like, let me just say, it was not easy to do. Real quick, I just want to get a screenshot of this pull. I want to save this. Let's go in here. Layla, or Lila, I think that's her name. Okay. Wow. That's pretty lucky. That's pretty lucky. I remember when I was trying to pull Kuki Shinobu, it was either Kuki or it was one of the other, maybe it was Dori. It was either Dori or Kuki. It was some electro healer, one of the two of them. I remember I ended up pulling what was it? The banner that she was on the rerun, or no, I forget. There was one scenario, one time where like I ended up pulling 2 of the 5-star, or no, I think it was like a standard banner 5-star, so like a Diluc plus the actual like the banner character before I actually pulled the 4-star that I was trying to get. So that's really, really lucky. So we got one more wish. And of course it's gonna be nothing, so we're just gonna skip through that. So it's Barbara's book. And that's gonna be that for the wishes. But anyway, that's really nice because all I really wanted was the new 4-star, and I got her. Now I don't have Yaimiko, so I still need to do more wishes at a certain point in the future. But we do have her. That's really nice to get C1 as well. Real quick, before I activate that, what is my Hazo constellation at? I think I have C2 Hazo, because Hazo's on here also. There he is. Yeah, so I've got C2 Hazo. So it would be nice to get, like 2 more Hazos before getting Yaimiko. But if I can get, multiple copies of her, that's great. So, Fortress of Fantasy, the shield absorption of the Curtain of Slumber generated by Knights of Formal Focus is increased by 20%. So Knights of Formal Focus is her E. So her elemental skill, Night Stars and Shooting Stars. I think this is the shield. Yeah, this is the shield. And she's another character that scales with max HP. I don't know what it is about them trying to turn, like, they basically turned the entire game into max HP and max elemental mastery. It's all about like elemental mastery, elemental reactions, and having a lot of HP. That's typically where this game has kind of gone. Whereas it used to all be about crit rate, crit damage, which is still viable. But I do think that most people are probably going to focus on that. But of course, like farming artifacts in this game is something that I've never liked doing. So if you can build your characters around elemental mastery and garbage HP scaling artifacts, you know, that's really, really nice. So additionally, when unleashing Knight's Informal Focus, she will begin, or she will generate a shield for any nearby party members who are not being protected by a curtain of slumber. So that's basically like a co-op skill. So that's actually really good. Okay. The shield will have 35% of the absorption of the curtain of slumber. Okay, 12 seconds absorb prior damage. So that's really nice. We're gonna go ahead and activate that. Stella Fortuna. We will give her... I don't know what is good on her. Favonia's sword is always good. She's probably not gonna be elemental mastery scaling. So we are probably gonna give her either Aquila Favonia or maybe... I've heard a lot of people say that Harbinger of Dawn is good when HP is above 90. I can see this one being good just because this 3-star takes care of crit rate and crit damage. Sort of. So, I guess this could be good. I do also think, though, that Royal Sword is potentially good on her. It'll have much higher base stats. The other thing, too, is the flute. Oh, wait, no. The flute... The flute is more of like a primary DPS type weapon, so... No, I'll probably just give her Festering Desire. Because this will take care of any energy recharge, and it will increase the elemental skill damage by 32% elemental skill crit rate. So we'll do that, and then for artifacts, I'm just gonna give her, let's see. I feel like Tenacity, does her E hit multiple times? You know what, I should probably, before doing any of this, I should probably test her out before actually trying to build her. Do I really want double cryo? This is gonna be weird, so what I'll probably have to do is I'll probably have to run her. And then I'll have to change Sino out for a cryo healer, like Dory or something. So basically, this lineup, or... Yeah, I mean, I can see this working. Or maybe this. This gives you double of this, but I don't... we could try that too. I kind of want to run Venti also. I haven't used Venti in a while. Or, you know what I could also do? I could just test, like, our attacking gang and run it. But that's gonna be weird because now we have, like, 2 shielders, which is really odd, because she provides a shield, so I don't really know if I need the Arataki gang. This duo is extremely good. We do need to fight the weekly bosses, so I will probably be doing that on stream too later. But as more people join, we'll probably talk about the power supplies. So we'll take a break. But I guess I do need to keep a healer. If I'm not gonna run him, maybe Yoimiya? For Melt? Yoimiya might be good, but then I also want a healer. Maybe like Dory. Or Coco? No, this is gonna give me free... No, this is kind of a weird party. Let's just go with this one. We'll go with this. But I need to test the character first. Let's see what she does. And for those that are just tuning in, you know, the topic of discussion this evening is going to be ATX 3.0 power supplies. So I did finally get one of those. I did the unboxing on the channel. There is going to be a build video tomorrow showing how to upgrade the power supply into an existing unit. In fact, technically, it's already done. So that video will premiere tomorrow. So if you want to see the process of upgrading so you no longer have to use the RTX 4080 breakout or the RTX, the quad like RTX 4090 breakout, the 4-1, or the 3090 Ti or the 3080 plug. Basically, well, I don't know about the 3080. You know, it's interesting because the 3080 came with the dual one like this, but this is not actually the 16 pin. It doesn't have the sense wires on it, so I don't know if you can actually use that new 600 watt power cable with the 3080 or the 3080 Ti for that matter. So what do they give? What do they recommend? Typically, if I don't know how to build a character, I'll just look at what they do. So Favonia's sword takes care of energy recharge. I don't know if I would do this. I mean, yes, the sword's good, but I feel like if you have Festering Desire, the Festering Desire sword is probably better. And they put 4-piece Blizzard Stray. That's interesting. So they basically have built her as kind of like a support cryo. Although I kind of think that she would be good with lots of energy recharge. What's her oh man, what does she scale off of? Probably energy recharge. How much energy recharge is she getting from her artifacts? Only 46%. So it'll be interesting to see what happens when you ascend this character. Oh man, that moon makes me think of Renala from Elden Ring. This is like Ronnie. It's like somebody was playing Elden Ring and tried to put Ronnie.
師匠の技を食らいなさい。極寒、私の意のままに邪魔しないで。
これ、この瞬間、お前は。
料理の時間だよ。みんなを守るから。呼びかけに応える星たちよ。はっ。
やっ。
と。
Too much energy recharge.
私の意のままにと完成
Okay, she's good. I mean, I think that she was overhyped though. I don't think this character is as broken as people were saying in like the preview, the hype videos leading up to her release. But yeah, she seems pretty strong. She seems like a really good support character. Okay, I remember using Yaimiko in the trial where they would allow you to use her as a free-to-play. So this is a crit damage scaling weapon. I typically don't pay attention to the 5-star premium weapons because those are very, like, pay-to-win sort of things. So we've got Shimenawa's Reminiscence, and so 2-piece of that and 2-piece Thundering Fury. That is a very interesting choice. I know nothing about how this character works, other than her E is very strange. It's kind of like Deluxe, you can activate it multiple times, maximum of 3, and then I think this thing basically combos, the ult combos based off of the number of the E that's out on the field, so I think that's how she works. So they give you Barbara with Prototype Hammer, full Maiden set, full Thundering set, plus the Wind Sith. So they basically have built Lisa as a primary DPS. That's very interesting, although that's typically how they do it in these test runs. And then Kaya is the support, the Harmonia Sword, and the Blizzard Strayer. Okay, let's start with Kaya. These things.
これは押し寄せしびれさせちゃ
風邪ひくなよ。
ミュージック
姿を残す直呪言振動の権限直呪言律令
みんな頑張ってね
やみつきにない
この瞬間お前は永遠に
呪言直
Wow, this character. Okay, that team is pretty strong. That was much faster than the other one. Okay. I think if we do Tartaglia, we Might have enough to do another wish. Not sure. Do I? But we'll find out. So just Kaya? Yeah.
おとなしくしやがれ。お前ってほ。いや、ふん。
Oh, what did they choose? Polar Star. Oh, yes. But I feel like if you have Skyward Harp, you don't need Polar Star. Well, you technically, I guess I should say you never need the 5-star weapons. But like Skyward Harp is a free-to-play bow. I mean, it's not free-to-play, but you get it from the standard banner over a long period of time. So I feel like that on him is good enough because basically it's a crit rate bow also just like this. I mean, it's gonna be like 20% crit versus 30% crit on here. But it gives you like 20% crit damage just from basically a giant stat stick.
Yeah, huh? Yeah. すまん。これ。は？逃げられるかな？はっほっ。こいつはどうだ？いや、風邪ひくなよ。はっ。
Basically just loot them with melt.
はっ。
Just doing like
Yeah.
this crazy yeah.
隙を見せるのはほんの一瞬だ。
32,000 damage.
Yeah, yeah.
He's always been a good character, but I feel like Tartaglia is the type of character that kind of requires you to build your team around him so that he can really shine. You need like reverse melt or something like that. Who else? Okay, we got these two. Thoma's a really good character too, but again, he's like a really good shielder. In fact, what do they recommend? Noblesse, so they just build him as standard support. Favonius, I mean, there's nothing really wrong with that. And then Dragon's Bane, Noblesse, 2-piece and 2-piece Crimson, and then.
おとなしくしやがれ。
熱々でしょ。
いや、俺が守るよ。これ、すまん。
ふっ、それ、ルオパー、ピヨヘイ、話が
火に気をつけろ。
Moveset makes me think of Yuki Burrow.
助立ち参上。風邪ひくなよ。おとなしくしやがれ。
料理の時間だよ。師匠の技を食らいなさい。
Okay, man, that was quick. Alright, last one, Hazo. This guy, I call this guy Falcon Punch, because literally he makes me think of Smash Brothers. So the way they build him is with Sith. That's not bad, that's actually very good. And full Viridescent for that swirl debuff on the enemy. So, alright, everyone else is probably much the same as they always are. So we'll start off with Barbara.
元気出してよ。
こいつはどうだ？
Yeah, Freeze. Dude, look at that. This is the only Catalyst character in the game that, like, actually that doesn't get staggered so easily. Because staggered,
話が通じないなら叩くまででしょ。
すまん。
This guy is just a blast.
おいおい。
熱々でしょ。みんなを守るからね。
これ、ほどほどにしておけよ。
はっ。
風邪ひくなよ。
That's just straight up broken. That's just straight up broken. Both the freeze ult and the fire ult together, causing melt and reverse melt, is just yeah. And you're swirling one of them, so it's like you're doing so much damage. Alright, so that's basically the new stuff. So let's level up our new character. I will see if I have Blizzard Strayer. Oh yeah, so maybe she's HP percent scaling, so. Oh, you know what? Okay, so we have this. We have this. So that's interesting. So we have that. What is this cup? This cup is an attack percent cup. Would that even work? I could just take Ayaka's artifacts. I feel like I only need 2-piece Blizzard Strayer though. Like I can just do this one's good. I'll just take this and then so give her 2-piece Blizzard, and then when the character attacks an opponent affected by cryo, their crit rate is increased by 20. If the opponent is frozen, the crit rate is increased by an additional. You know, that is actually really nice. That 4-piece set bonus. Maybe I will not do just 2-piece, but I was thinking more like 2-piece tenacity or something that raises her HP, at least early, because I don't have a whole lot of artifacts to give her. Like I don't farm artifacts that much. Physical, maybe Noblesse. Just take this for Kaya, or actually just filter it. I probably do need to get more artifacts, but we can do this one. What do we got? Ideally here you want like an HP, and we don't have one. Cryo. Oh, that's actually not bad. 2 cryos. This one's already leveled up. You know what? I'll take this one. Okay, now she has her 4-piece, or her 2 and her 2. So that means this one, the sands, can be anything. I'll just make it HP. Since she's supposed to be HP scaling, we'll just find like one of those that looks good. So let's just find one that has like the best substats. So this one looks really good. That one is actually perfect. This one is too perfect, actually, honestly, because it has energy recharge, crit rate, attack, and HP. So it doesn't have any garbage like defense. Hold on, this one is actually slightly better because it is. You know what? Let's just do this one. Bring this one to +4. See what I get on +4. If I get crit damage or anything HP, or even attack, it's good. Oh, see, like this is good because it's actually better than the other one that we were looking at because it has slightly higher percentages for attack and crit rate. So I'm just gonna stick with this one. I'm gonna bring this to +8. We only rolled attack, which was probably the worst one. Out of the 4 of them, the worst stat to roll. Well, I don't know. She's not really an elemental mastery type character, so maybe elemental mastery would have been worse. But we'll see. I don't know. That's kind of a bummer. And then this one, now I don't have any more 3 stars, so we gotta go 4-star. So for typically with 4 stars, I'll have to go manual mode because I don't. Oh, this is a lot of like. Hold on. Wait a minute. Do we have anything worse than this? Okay, that one's pretty terrible. That one's okay to get rid of. We can get rid of that. This is a SAN. An EM. Oh, that's very interesting. Okay, we'll just get rid of these. Let's see. What do I want to get rid of? This? A goblet? Yeah, that can go. This can go. Yeah, it's a 4-star. That can go. That can go. crit? Because you never know when those weird, like, those random characters that can actually use, like, that's not needed. That's terrible substats. Okay, we'll just take these away. And then that Dendro has lousy substats. We have decent Dendro cups now. That EM has very bad substats. I'll never use that. There you go. Plus 8. HP, not bad. Not bad at all, I guess. I mean, the substats on that weren't that great. So she has HP, and Cryo. I guess this is the right way to build her. I have no idea. Typically, I think you do still want like a 50% crit rate. It's almost as though I need to build her with, you know, more like crit damage ratio, but I don't know if that's needed because we're not using. I'm just gonna use Festering Desire on her, so I don't need to worry about building up crit rate. Hey Joel, welcome to the stream. Real quick, I just want to do a check. Okay. Yeah, so I was saying earlier, so the topic of this stream is going to be ATX 3.0 and PCI 5.0 power supplies. What to look out for, which ones I would kind of recommend from an OEM standpoint. And when I say OEM, I'm talking about the actual manufacturer of the power supply. I don't mean Corsair, EVGA, or those, or, you know, they don't actually make the power supplies. They just resell the ODM units. So, that's what we're going to talk about a little bit later. So, but right now, we're just kind of waiting for more people to join the stream. And while doing that, I typically will just be playing Genshin. So, let's see. We'll just do 3 on this, and then 3 of that. That puts her at plus 16. Did I try to buy a 4080? Technically, I could have already gotten one, but I don't really want to spend the money on one. I could have gotten one today. So I went to Micro Center today, and so if you saw my unboxing video, I did, instead of getting the 4080, which is hilarious because, you know, I went and I bought this. I bought the MSI Meg AI 1300p PCIe 5.0. This is an ATX power supply, 1300 watt. So I got this Micro Center. So when I went to Micro Center, I didn't even know they had this. In fact, if you look this up, it doesn't even show up yet. But I was actually trying to get the 1000 watt, the MPG power supply, the 1000 watt from MSI, which has the same, you know, the 16 pin connector. But they were sold out of that one. So, but the sales guy did tell me that they just got these in, which I was actually happy with, because this was actually the power supply that I've been looking for like the last 2 months. I've been waiting for this thing to show up in stores. So like I told them, you know, like I've been asking them basically since the Ryzen AM5 launch. I had been asking like the guys at Micro Center every time I've been there since the Zen 4 launch. Do they have them? Do they have them? Do they have the MSI Meg power supply in? Like, is it in today? Is it in, you know? So like when the ARC A770 showed up, I asked them the same question. When 13th gen launch, I asked them the same question. So I went down there today to try to get the MPG, and they didn't have it. So I ended up getting the Meg one instead, which is better because this is the one I always wanted. So I did an unboxing video on that. I'm actually using it right now. Like, this is the power. I'm using that new ATX power supply with the proper connector with the 3090 Ti. So here is my 3090 Ti's 3-way breakout, which I don't have to use anymore. And there will be a video that's premiering on the channel tomorrow, showcasing installing that new power supply, and the before and after of like having to deal with this and the mess that it creates with the 3 8 pins hanging off of it. And then simplifying that down to just a single cable straight into the power supply. So that's really nice. Yeah, I'm just, at this point, I'm just kind of waiting for the 7000 series. Honestly, if I was gonna get an NVIDIA GPU, really the only one that makes sense is the 4090, because I'm using the 3090 Ti right now, and it's like 15% worse in games than the 4080. So it's like I can't justify spending $1,200 or more for 15%, right? Like that just doesn't make any sense. So, and I'll be trading 8 gigs of RAM because this GPU that I have right now has 24 gigabytes of memory, and I can enable ECC, error code correcting memory on this GPU. You cannot do that with the 4080. So I feel like the only thing the 4080 does better than the 3090 Ti is gaming performance is better. In most cases, probably about 93% of the time, from what I've seen, the 4080 is faster. Obviously, the ray tracing is better, and then of course you have access to DLSS 3.0, which is it's in its infant stages, so that's not really a deal breaker, or it's not really like a dead like I'm not dead set on needing that technology right now. So, yeah, the 4080 is really just not really worth it. You know, the funny thing is, when I went to, I like how she's like falling asleep while I'm telling this monologue. But basically, I went to Micro Center today, and I asked about the 4080 launch, and the sales guy told me that they had 100 cards come in for launch. So launch day, which was Wednesday, they had 100 cards in stock across the various different AIB partners. And he told me that there was like maximum of 40 people outside lined up. So 40 people, and they had 100 cards to sell. So they still have a lot of 4080s in stock. I think the only ones that they don't have are the Ace, like they were sold out of Asus TUF, and basically the ones that were cheaper, like the $1,200 options are the ones that sold out. The more expensive ones, like the Strix and those expensive ones, though they still have a lot of those. So, and I told him honestly, like I told him, if I was actually in the market to get a 4080, I would only get a $1,200 model. I would not spend any more than $1,200 for that graphics card because it's not worth it. Like, if you're spending like $1,400 for a Zotac Amp Extreme Edition, that $200 doesn't really get you anything because you could buy the Zotac Trinity, which has the same cooler. It just has less RGB, and if you wanted to, you could just crank it in Afterburner to get the same stock performance of the Amp Extreme. So, doesn't really make sense to pay for the more expensive AIB models. And yeah, so that's pretty much the 4080 launch, or at least my experience of it so far. So, interestingly enough, I'm not surprised. The Micro Center sales associate did also say that, because I asked about 4090, and he said that they got one in this morning, and it was gone in an instant. Like, it was there, and bam, it was gone. So, that's the one that people are buying. So it's funny, people are buying the most expensive option, and they're kind of passing up on the 4080. So, which makes sense, because like when I was in line to check out for the power supply, and I also picked up 2 of these 2 terabyte inland SSDs. So I got 2. This is 4 terabytes, 2 and 2 right here. These were $79.99 Black Friday special. So $80 for 2 terabytes is pretty good. So this is $160, but it's 4 terabytes of PCIe Gen 3 SSDs right here. So can't really go wrong with that. I can't complain with 2 terabytes of Gen 3 M.2 for that much money. That's way better than anything you'll find on Amazon or Newegg. I mean, maybe there'll be something that shows up closer to Black Friday. But that's a pretty good deal, so I couldn't pass that up. But yeah, 4080 just doesn't make sense for me at all. Like, being on a 3090 Ti or having access to a 3090 Ti, it just doesn't make any sense. So it's like a side grade at best. mean, it would just be a side grade. Or at least that's how I see it. So, what about anyone else in the chat? Has anyone else tried to get an RTX 4080? Or already have gotten one? Oh, the last thing I'll say about that was when I was in the line to check out, I looked at the cage at the front, because Micro Center typically, like if you're not familiar with buying from Micro Center, when you buy something that's an expensive item, like for example, if you buy, you know, like a CPU or a graphics card or like a expensive power supply, they won't let you walk around the store with it. The sales associate will basically give you like a printout of your item, and then you go to the front, and then what they'll do is they'll walk the item over to the front of the store, and they'll put it in a cage, and when it's your turn to check out, like, someone at the front will take the paper that has all the stuff that you're buying, and then they'll get that stuff out of the cage and put it at the checkout register for you. So, I was looking at the cage, and I did see 3090 Ti's in the cage, which means people, and there were EVGA, which means people were buying EVGA 3090 Ti's over the 4080. I did see somebody checking out with a 4080, and a new, interestingly enough, I saw somebody in the checkout buying a Ryzen, of the new AM5, a Ryzen 7 7700X, and they were pairing that up with a new RTX 4080. So I found that rather interesting. So I saw that being, they were like in the process of checking out, and then someone else had bought an EVGA 3090 Ti. I had bought the 1300 watt power supply. So it's almost like the 4080 is kind of selling. I mean, it's not selling poorly. It's just not selling as fast as the 4090, because you cannot find 4090s basically anywhere unless you're looking at like scalper pricing. So that's the one that's going to be hard to get, and I kind of already knew that going into this. Because if I was looking for an NVIDIA card, I would be looking at the 4090, not the 4080. But the problem is AMD's launch is less than a month away now, so it's what, 1, 2, 3, like 4 weeks out, or like 3.5 weeks. So we basically only have to wait like another 3.5 weeks for the AMD card, and I do feel like if you look at the performance levels shown by AMD, it's almost like the 7900 XTX is pretty much guaranteed to beat the 4080 most of the time. It might lose in some games that are more NVIDIA favored or NVIDIA optimized, but I think in general it would be faster than the 4080 across the board. So, except in maybe ray tracing, obviously. But we already kind of know that. That's already kind of an accepted outcome, right? So, it's really like how in my mind, what'll be interesting is if you take the 4080 and you take the 4090, wherever the 7900 XTX lands, whether it's closer to the 4090 or closer to the 4080, I do think that that'll be the thing that determines like how much I care to bother with trying to get a 4090, because if the AMD card is very close to a 4090, then maybe the 4090 might be, well, even then the 4090 won't be worth it, because the 4090 will just be too expensive. But if the AMD card is closer to the 4080 and the 4090 is still kind of off in its own class, you know, then that can make the 4090 more desirable to people, because it's like, okay, you have like NVIDIA's number 2 and AMD's number 1 cards like over here, but then you have NVIDIA's number 1 card off by itself over here. So that kind of puts the 4090 on a pedestal of like this super Halo product, right? That's super expensive, and it's one of those things where it's like, yeah, there's really nothing there that is close to that card. And then NVIDIA won't really have to do anything with their pricing. They will not have to adjust prices if the AMD card is closer to the 4080. But honestly, I don't think NVIDIA cares. So, meaning, if the AMD card is within 20%, anywhere within 20% of the 4090, they will not change their prices. Like, Nvidia won't budge. Like, they'll just leave it at $1,600 because they know that people are buying it, like, in bulk right now. Like, people just straight up buying the card, like, no matter what. So they don't have to do anything. There's no incentive for them to have to do anything, price-wise. So they're just gonna keep it up there. Cause see, it's like people have been saying, right? As long as the general public is paying these exorbitant amounts of money to Nvidia for these graphics cards, these flagship graphics cards, why would they ever care to lower their prices? Even if AMD's card is like 15% within the same performance of the... Because in my mind, like, if you're within 20%, like, if your graphics card is within 20% of another graphics card, I kind of consider that very similar in the performance tier. You could almost say that it is a different performance tier, but really, when you're within 20%, especially at like 4K, it's very hard to tell the difference. It's very hard to perceive the difference, especially at lower resolutions. Like at 1080p, 1440p, not that I would recommend anybody buy these type of graphics cards for 1080p, but if you look at the results of 1080p, like the 4090, even like the 3090 Ti and the 6950 XT, like those cards together are already like super overkill for 1080p. So it's like, would you be able to perceive the difference? So one of these videos that I've been thinking of doing is, I'm thinking of making like a side-by-side comparison video of basically 6950 XT or 6900 XT and 3090 Ti and maybe 3080 Ti, and show, because I want to do content with the 3080 Ti because I have one and I never use it, so it's just kind of a waste. But like, I was thinking maybe I should just make a video. Oh, is the game audio really loud? For some reason, I thought that I turned it down, but because in the stream software, it's really low. Sorry about that. For some reason, I thought that I already lowered it, which is interesting. It still outputs really loud. In even though I have the audio down really low. In the game, it's not that low, but in the stream software, it's really low. So we'll just make it like this. There. So there's a video idea that I've been thinking about doing, and it's basically like a video showing the 3090 Ti, the 6900 XT, and the 3080 Ti. And I show like the same video game clip across all three, but I don't give you guys the Riva Tuner statistics server output. I don't give you like the MSI FPS. So, meaning, would anybody even be able to perceive the difference? Now, the reason why I haven't really done this video is because with YouTube, you know, YouTube limits your video to 60 FPS max. So even if the games were running at like I mean, you can still tell. You can still tell the difference, but like if you run a video at 30 hertz or 30 frames per second, it's very noticeable compared to 60. But what I'm trying to say is if I show gameplay of 1080p, and well, I wouldn't do ray tracing. That's not what I'm trying to do. See, the point is, like, if I show a game, like let's say for instance I show, not this game because this game maxes out at 60, but if I show like Final Fantasy 14 or some other game that doesn't have ray tracing, and I do like side by side 6900, 3090, 3080, but I don't show the FPS number, I just leave it like as you were playing the game, no FPS counter, would people be able to perceive the difference? Because I think that would be an interesting experiment, because like there's so much emphasis on like bar charts and FPS results and stuff, but at the end of the day, like when you look at like a review from say Hardware Unbox or somebody, and you look at all those GPUs and at 1080p or 1440p, like the top performers, so like the 6900 and above, are all like 150 plus FPS. You know, in those games that they show at 1440 or 1080p, it's like, is the average person going to even be able to tell the difference between 170 FPS and 150 FPS when most high refresh monitors max out at 144 hertz or maybe 165 hertz? But would anybody be able to tell the difference? See, because meaning if you can barely tell the difference, or if you have a display that can't even like show you the difference, is it worth spending $1,600 on a graphics card versus $1,000 on another graphics card, or even $1,200 on another graphics card, if you can't perceive the difference? No, what I'm saying is just show like the game without any FPS counter. Just show gameplay, but don't show the FPS numbers. And it's like, here's the 6900. Just show the game clip. No FPS counter. Does it look smooth or not? Here's the 3080 results. Does it look smooth or not? You know, here's ARC A770. Does this look smooth? Like, I feel like that's what because that makes it like, without people knowing the number, like, you get a lot of, it leaves it open to interpretation. It's kind of like Elden Ring. It's like if I give you guys the FPS number, then you basically know the plot, you know the storyline, you know like the characters and stuff. But if I don't give you the FPS number, and you have to try to subjectively or objectively perceive the FPS, like with your own eyes, and the problem is YouTube doesn't do a good job of allowing people to do this, but people still do make videos with the overlays that show the FPS. But what I'm saying is, what happens if they make that exact same video, but they do not show you the FPS number? So you have to look at it and see if you can tell the difference. Because I wonder, like, you know what? It's one of those things where it's like, I think I should make a video, show that stuff, but don't show the FPS numbers, and then, like, have people say, like, in the comments below, let me know what you think this FPS number is. Now, you know, people might try to go look it up. Like, they'll try to look up, like, review benchmarks of a game. So I'll have to pick a game that, you know, Hardware Unboxed did not do, or Gamers Nexus did not test, or, you know, any of the other YouTubers like J2Sense. Basically, I have to choose a game that is not well known, I guess, or not mainstream enough that people would test it, and then do that. Basically, have that game out there so that people cannot just try to Google the answer, right? Like, they can't just try to look it up. They'll have to actually try to guess objectively what the FPS is. I think that might be a good idea for a video. Like, I don't want to do videos where I just show people like FPS numbers from Rivatuner and MSI Afterburner. I don't want to do that because so many people already make those videos. I just feel like that content is just redundant, and it doesn't really do much in terms of educating people. It just kind of like reiterates the same. It's basically regurgitating the same info that other people have already talked about and shown. So that's why I would prefer not to do that. So unless people really want that type of content, although I don't really know why. There's so much of that already out there. I can already get her all the way ascended. Oh, so she's HP scaling. Okay. So we basically build her just like Yelan and Nilu. But I think that's what I should do. I should just make a video that just shows the game, and then have people try to guess what the FPS is, and then what I can do is I can do a follow-up video with the exact same gameplay footage, but then showing the answers to see who actually got it right. I think that might make for an interesting video, like a small little video series. Not just some run-of-the-mill, you know, here's side-by-side gameplay footage with the FPS numbers. Because the goal is to try to show people, you know, like, is 170 FPS worth it? Is that worth $600 more than 150 FPS or 145 FPS? You know, like, what's the limit? Because I feel like the public has kind of gone crazy in the sense that people are okay paying well over $1,000 on a graphics card, especially in the times that we're living in today with, you know, inflation. And then, you know, like recently, all these Fortune 500 companies have announced layoffs. Facebook is laying off people. You know, Twitter, you know, a bunch of people are leaving Twitter ever since Elon Musk took over Twitter. But that's a whole nother topic. But, you know, the whole idea of, you know, semiconductors are down. Intel's having to lay off people. You know, Nvidia's having a rough time, too, with their quarter. AMD also, sales are down. So it's like, you know, things are not super great in the way the economy is right now. And I can only imagine that other areas, other industries outside of, like, technology are also struggling. So, the fact that people are okay, like, throwing $1,600 or more on a graphics card of all things, is, the most, I guess the most tragic thing is they're literally just buying it just to play games on it. It's like, really? You're gonna spend $1,600 just to play games? Like, I don't know. Like, I use my computer for a lot more than games. Like, I don't just sit here and play games, right? Like, if I was gonna do that, I would not buy a 3090 Ti. I would not buy anything that's above like a 6800. Let's put it that way, or like a 3080. And that's kind of the limit. So in my mind, you know, like $600, $700 is kind of where I draw the line when it comes to buying a graphics card for the sole purpose of playing games. I don't care if they have like DLSS 3, ray tracing, FSR, FSR2, FSR3, NVIDIA Reflex, AMD Radeon Anti-Lag, whatever. I don't care about all this stuff because all those things trickle down to the mid-range GPUs and the performance GPUs, like the 60 and the 70 class GPUs. So for gaming, like, I feel like there's a limit, and the upper limit is around $700, basically what the 1080 Ti was back in the day. So once you go above that, it's kind of hard to justify spending that kind of money just for games of all things, right? Like, why can I justify $700? Because a PS5 is $500. An Xbox Series X is $500. So, and if you want a premium experience above the console experience, you know, $600, $700. That makes sense. But once you go above that, things start going sideways real quick. So, unless you're doing something with your GPU that's more than just gaming, I can't justify, like, any of the graphics cards that you see me showcase on the channel. Except for the ARC. The ARC A770, you know, 350. I mean, that's, you know, that's good value. 16 gigabytes of memory for a gaming GPU. That's good value. So, Intel actually is the king of value right now, funnily enough. You know, like, Intel's basically got both of them. Well, not really. I mean, actually, yeah, they do. Intel, I would rather get a A770 over a 3060 any day. Any day. Because 16 gigs versus, you know, 8 for the Ti, or maybe 12 for the 3060 that actually had 12. But no, I would never get the 3060 over an Intel GPU. The Intel GPU, even though the Intel GPU has all the weird, like, teething issues right now, I would still get the Intel GPU. I mean, or I would get the AMD GPU. Like, the AMD one's also better value. So, in the long run. Right? So, yeah. I just feel like, people are basically brainwashed. People are brainwashed. They don't know any better. Like, people will blindly recommend one brand as though that is the face of PC gaming, when in reality it's not. So oh, we're gonna need these. Oh man. She needs this one. We'll just craft a bunch of these. Just craft like a bunch of them. %. Yeah, it would be hard, but you can still tell, right? Like if you look at a game, so like the best example I can give you is Digital Foundry. If you look at Digital Foundry, the nice thing about Digital Foundry is when they're playing gameplay clips, not only do they show you the FPS number, but they also show you the time graph, like the FPS graph over time, as it plots over time with each frame. And I think that's a much better representation of just the number. So that's a better way to do it. And by doing that, they do kind of show like what YouTube's not able to show. But the thing is, YouTube does show it, because when you see the stutter, when you see the tear, when you see the dips under 60, especially when the dips go under 60, if one GPU is dropping down to like 40 FPS and another one is staying above 60, if you look at the side-by-side video footage, you will notice, you will perceive the difference, as long as it goes below 60. But see, the goal of my video isn't to show it going below 60. It's to show you guys like what the gameplay looks like when you're running well above 60 FPS, to the point where it's very hard for the human eye to perceive the difference. When you're at like 150 or above, or you know, like if you're at like 175 FPS or 190 FPS, like, are you gonna be able to perceive a 10 to 15 or 20 FPS difference when you're already at 190? Does that make sense? Because I can pretty much guarantee you, like if you're playing an esports game like Fortnite or well, I mean, even like the point and clicks, like Dota 2 and League of Legends, once you're like way above 150, you're never gonna notice the difference. Like, it doesn't make any difference. It's more about the player's skill at that point than like the actual FPS on the screen, because the FPS is already so high anyway. So I think this is what I needed to craft. Just craft like a bunch of these, I guess. She's gonna need a lot of these also for the talents. Oh, we're gonna need 3 of the purple. I guess we're on like 3 per level now. Might have to do some farming for some of these things. But I think like Epos Voss said it best. Like, he summarized basically what I just said. What it took me like 10 minutes to say, he said it in like 2 minutes on the recent he was recently on the Full Nerd with PC World. They were talking about the RTX 4080 launch. He said it best. Like, he said that he would never spend over $1,000 for any of those high-end GPUs just to play games. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Like, it really doesn't make any sense. Because I can pretty much guarantee, like, most people that are like top leaderboards on esports games are probably using a 60 or 70 series type GPU. They're not using like 3090s and stuff like that. No, they're not, because they don't have that kind of money. They're probably a younger kid who doesn't have that much disposable income, So they can't afford something like a 3090 Ti or a 4090 or even like a 6950 XT. And their parents are not going to buy that for them. They're gonna have to get like a summer job or something if they want that. But then even then, why if you had a summer job, why would you blow your entire summer job's earnings or like a good chunk of it on just a GPU when you could like do way more with that money, right? Like, why not, you know, get like a 6700 or a 6750 or a 3070, you know, or even like an Intel Arc instead, and then save the rest of that money or use it in another way that's more valuable than just wasting it all on a graphics card. So those GPUs should be used for video production and animation. Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, yes. Yes, I mean, kind of. For some of the things that you're saying, it does make sense, but realistically, yeah, you can use it for those things. But typically for production, like, it depends, because for animation, production, Blender, yes, yeah, the G4, like, basically the 3090, anything with like this, anything with like 16 gigabytes and above is good, right? Because like the 6800, basically from the 6800 from AMD and above, or if we're talking NVIDIA, you know, the 4080 is at 16 gigs, but then the 3090 Ti, the 4090, basically all the upper echelon GPUs, yes, you can do it for that. But for some of those things like CAD work, SolidWorks, yeah, you can probably to the like AWR microwave or something. Like maybe you can get away using consumer GPUs for those applications, but the problem is they lock it down where it's like they'll probably run, but they purposely won't run as good as if you had like a professional workstation card, like a Radeon Pro or what used to be an NVIDIA Quadro, but now I think they just call it NVIDIA RTX as opposed to GeForce RTX. Like NVIDIA, I feel like NVIDIA's ego is so inflated that they used to have GeForce for the consumer and Quadro for the professional, like workstation enterprise. But NVIDIA, I guess, for whatever reason, thought that it was a good idea to basically cancel the Quadro name, and so they keep the GeForce name, but then they go with like NVIDIA. They just go NVIDIA now on the professional side. So it's like if you have a consumer, you know, that lowly consumer stuff, that's the GeForce stuff. But if you want a professional business class GPU, that's going to be the NVIDIA GPU, the NVIDIA RTX, as opposed to the GeForce RTX. I feel like that's kind of stupid in a way, because I don't think they should use the company name for the professional line. I feel like they need a different... They should have just never got rid of Quadro. That's just a big facepalm move on their part, but I don't know. They're making a lot of bad decisions. I don't know why. But they're still doing really good in terms of mindshare, so whatever. You wouldn't recommend an Intel Arc for esports gaming though, since it's still too unstable. You know, I don't know. I don't think it's unstable for most of those games though. Like I've used it for League of Legends, and I don't think there's any problems. I can play League of Legends for hours with the Arc GPU and not have any problems. So most of the problems that I've had with Arc, it's not really games crashing. It's not that. It's the other things. It's like graphical glitches and weird like overlay like distortion problems that are intermittent. Really? I haven't tried it in CSGO. I tried it in Apex Legends and it was bad. I will admit, Apex Legends. Now, granted, I was playing it at 4K resolution, so I don't really want to blame... I can't really blame it on Intel's drivers so much as it was actually the fact that I was playing at 4K, and I really don't think that it was fair to be playing like Apex Legends at 4K with the Arc GPU. So I don't know. I think that was my fault, not Intel's fault, because that's me saying the wrong expectations with that card. If I do that, is that? Oh, that's not enough. So I have to do that. You had Gotham Knights crash every time. Yeah, I mean, okay. So that's one example of it crashing in a game. All right, let's get her final talent. Sweet slumber, undisturbed. What is up with them making a bunch of characters that just want to fall asleep all the time? Like, she has a problem with staying awake. There was another character, Sayu, also. Like, she had a problem always falling asleep, too. I forgot what that disorder is when people have a problem where they fall asleep all the time. Like narcolepsy or something. Minecraft RTX crashes almost every time I turned it on that I could. Oh, yeah, I mean, remember I had that problem. I had the problem where, remember when I would try to stream Quake RTX to show you guys the game running on the Arc GPU, and it wouldn't actually display. Like, it would try to hook into the game, but you guys would basically get a black screen. So, and then the problem is, like, if I tried to Alt-Tab to get back to the software, like the stream software, to basically kind of like click out of it so it's unhooked from the game, it wouldn't respond. It would like either eventually it would time out and crash the game, or it would just hang, and then I couldn't do anything unless I wanted to like wait until I could get into Task Manager and then manually like kill the game process. So yeah, I mean, yeah, there are problems like that with the driver. The problem is, I feel like Intel was kind of in a bad spot. They had to release the card out into the wild. They couldn't afford to just kind of sit on it for another year, because if they did, can you imagine if Intel decided to hold back Arc by like another 6 months just to iron out bugs? I don't think it would help them. It would just hurt them even worse, because like, can you imagine like 6 months from now, if Arc comes out like 4 to 6 months from now, it'll come out into a market where AMD is launching like the 7700 XT, and Nvidia will be launching stuff like the RTX 4070. Well, that'll probably already be out, but like the 4060, and then we all know how that's gonna look like when the 4060 comes out. And you know, if Intel's just now launching the Arc, it's just gonna be a disaster for them, right? Like that GPU was originally supposed to cost like the MSRP. I'm pretty much convinced at this point that the original intended MSRP of the Arc A770 16GB model was supposed to be $449. It was supposed to be the same exact price as the RX 5700 XT when that card launched back in 2019. However, due to so much like public I guess bad press or whatever, AMD like at the last second, AMD actually like cut the price from $449 to $399 like right before the product even launched. So AMD was actually willing to do that, whereas, you know, Nvidia would never do that. And then Intel, like, what they ended up doing was they had kept pricing information, like, hidden from the public because they weren't sure how it would be perceived. And then when it got to the point where it's like, well, it's not really going to meet its exact performance target, aka 6700 XT, so it's only going to meet, like, 6600 and 6600 XT. So we kind of have to price it accordingly. So then they had to cut it down to $349, and that really, really hurts their margins on that part. Yeah, they are losing money on the LE. They are, and that's the reason why, because that wasn't its original intended price, and that's the reason why it's gonna continuously be low volume, because they're losing too much money. They cannot afford to just like mass produce a ton of those, because you have to remember also, Intel is not making the Arc die. TSMC is making that die, which means Intel has to pay TSMC money for the capacity to build it on the assembly line. So, you know, and the fabrication stuff, the wafers, they have to buy all the wafers. And it's like, those wafers aren't cheap. And the thing is, TSMC also sees Intel as a competitor. So I can pretty much guarantee you that TSMC is not giving Intel the same discount percentages that they give AMD and Nvidia. I believe AMD is like a tier 1 customer. Like AMD and Apple are basically like TSMC's best customers. So both of those companies have the best discount per volume wafer. So, and then Nvidia is probably like second class, so it's like silver tier or whatever they want to call it. Nvidia is like one level below those, if not the same level. And then Intel obviously is like the budget line down here. You know, they're like down here, whereas AMD, Apple are like here, and then Nvidia's like here. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The higher tier customer you are, the better discount you get. So AMD and Apple are like tier 1. They're like the best. They're top tier for TSMC, which means they get the best discount. Nvidia's like second. So Nvidia has to pay a little bit more than AMD per wafer. But it doesn't matter. It's still way better of a deal compared to Intel. Intel's basically bottom tier, like, we hate you type stuff, where it's like TSMC basically sees them as a competitor. So they're not going to give them a very competitive price on the wafer agreement. And that's the reason why, you know, that cuts into Intel's profitability. And that's the reason why they don't talk much about ARC, and they try to downplay it. And, you know, what's interesting is I don't think Ryan Shrout and Tom Peterson have put out a video. I mean, what I've noticed is, like, I was paying attention to Intel Gaming, like basically Intel's YouTube channel from Ryan and Tom. I was listening to their videos. Anytime they put a new video out, I would always get the notification. But the thing is, I just realized after ARC launched, I haven't been getting any notifications from that YouTube channel. So I guess they're still making videos, but I have to actually look them up because I haven't actually gotten any notifications. It's almost like either they've gone dark, or I just, for some reason, the YouTube algorithm hasn't been recommending their videos to me for whatever reason ever since ARC launched, which doesn't make any sense. But yeah. So that's the other problem with ARC, right? There's a lot of problems with Intel's ARC that the public doesn't really they're not privy to it. So we don't really know the full story. We kind of can guess at it, but there's a reason why you don't see Micro Centers and Newegg just full of like ARC listings on the site, or Amazon. You don't see like a ton of ARC GPUs all over Amazon. Like, this is not a thing. So. And that's the reason why, because it's a manufacturing problem for them. I guess we'll use up my last one of those. Oh, wow. So I need to craft 11 of that purple thing. And I can't, so I have to craft more of the... Oh, wait. Are we... Okay. So craft like 50 of these, I get. Oh, wait. Let's do the 25% refund. There. And then let me craft a bunch of these, I guess. Just whatever, craft all of them. Oh yeah, 5 of the crystal, or whatever this thing is. I don't even have them. That's wonderful. So I need 5 of them, right? So I can get 5 of these. At least the Founders Edition. Well, see, the thing is, I don't think... So the way I see it is... I do think that what Intel's going to do... And I've been saying this multiple times on various different streams... the way Intel's Arc is going to enter the market isn't really through the enthusiasts or the PC DIY. Like I don't think that Arc is ever really going to gain a strong foothold. You know, at least not until, at the very least, not until Battle Mage. I just don't think that it's there. The performance isn't there. The driver stability is not there. So what I think Intel's going to do to battle that problem or solve that problem is they're going to actually sell it into pre-builds. So they're gonna offer like volume discount bundles with like to basically Dell, HP, Main Gear, Origin. What I really see them doing is trying to get Arc or some variant of it into mobile. So like Arc A380, those are gonna go into mobile laptops with like 12 Gen Alder Lake. I think that's gonna be where they're gonna go. Hey Chris, welcome to the channel. So you discovered my channel a long time ago on the PSP. Oh wow, that video. Yeah, I get that a lot. From time to time, people will tell me that they discovered me from the PSP video. That PSP video, so there's two PSP videos. There's a really, really old PSP video from like 10 years ago. And then there's, which has such low quality, it's like 360p or something. And then or maybe 480, I don't remember. And then there's like a newer one from like 2013 or something. That's still pretty old, or maybe 2014. I can't remember exactly when the second video came out. But yeah, I get that from time to time. But see, the A770 won't fit into mobile. It's too high wattage. A770 will never be a mobile GPU. I mean, at least not in the current implementation. The 380 and maybe like an R5 or like an A5 570 or 580 might go there. Do I still own? I still have all of them. Yes, I have a PS5. I have the PS5 right here. There's the controller. Actually, there's two controllers. PS5 right here. I own basically all the PlayStation consoles since that era. So I've got I have the PS3 over there and a PS5 right next to it. And I did have the PS4, but it's not hooked up over there. The PS4 is actually in like the gaming room, which is like behind me over there. It's like down the hall over there. But yeah. So the PS4 Pro is hooked up to the big screen. I have the PS5 over here. There's an Arc NUC with a laptop version. Okay, so they have a laptop version of the A770. Okay, that's good. But see, that's what I see them doing. I see Intel basically force feeding. They're just basically gonna shovel Arc into the market via OEM, like pre-builds, Main Gear, CyberPower, Origin PC, Falcon Northwest. Like that's where it's gonna be. But not so much those guys. More so like Dell, HP, Lenovo, laptops. Bundle them with 12 Gen. I think that's gonna be like the majority of where those things. 8th Gen. Oh, you own the Xbox Series X, PS5, all 7th Gen. Oh, okay. So I'll give you my history. So I started gaming in the end of the 6th generation. I consider myself a primarily like 7th and 8th gen gamer. Like I feel like the time where I played the most games was the 7th gen, and then that kind of bled over into the 8th gen, and then now not so much. I don't really play that many games anymore. I still play games. Obviously, here we're playing Genshin Impact, but I mostly play the same type of few games now. It's like I don't have such a wide, diverse lineup of games that I play, like how I used to play games during the 7th gen, if that makes sense. Like for example, in the 7th gen, you know, I played games like the original Nier, the Kingdom Hearts stuff that were actually on the PS4 later on. And then like Kingdom Hearts 3, but that was very. Oh, that was 8th gen. Okay, no, 7th gen. So 7th gen, like the type of games that I used to play were like Little Big Planet, the OG, Uncharted 2, Nier, Demon Souls, Dark Souls 2, Lightning Returns, Final Fantasy 13, Catherine, White Knight Chronicles 2. You know, those are the type of games like that whole era of like 7th gen was basically like my prime of gaming, if that makes sense. 8th gen. Started playing games on N64. Now, so yeah, I remember my older cousin, he had an N64. I remember playing the original Smash Brothers and those hilarious wrestling games, the WWF and the WWE, like Hollywood Hogan and the Hardy Bros and all the like the wrestling games on N64. Those were the classics. I loved how you could go backstage. I loved how you could go and fight backstage in the wrestling games on the N64. Man, those were the days. So yeah, like I remember old school Super Smash, Mario 64. So I'm familiar with some of the older games. I was like a little kid back then, so it was kind of I have fond memories of that era. But I myself never owned like an N64 or had any of those games for my own collection. So I played GoldenEye. Yeah, GoldenEye, Donkey Kong 64, Halo Collector's Edition. So Halo and Halo 2, that was the 6th generation. I consider the N64 like the 5th generation. So Xbox and PS2 are what's known as the 6th generation. So like Chris was saying, he has the... Wait, where's the comment? I'm trying to find it. Was there a mention of the 6th generation, or did I just... Okay, never mind. Never mind, you were talking about the 7th gen. You said you own Series X, so that's 9th gen. 7th gen is PS3 and Xbox 360. You even had the rare 60 GB. I also have the rare 60 GB PS3. Mine died. My 60 gig PS3 ended up with a yellow light of death. I tried to cook it in an oven to fix it, and it did not work. It did not work at all. So I was so sad. I lost all my save files except for the ones... Do you guys remember when Sony got hacked in 2011 and they gave everybody like free PlayStation Plus? I like how Lila's like falling asleep because I'm just going on a tantrum talking about like 7th gen. But remember when Sony gave everybody, like all PlayStation gamers got like a free PlayStation Plus for like, I think it was like 90 days or something, or 6 months or whatever it was, like because of that hacking incident. So during that time, I had access to the cloud, so I could cloud save all my PS3 games. So I did, but then in 2014, I'll never forget, Dark Souls 2 came out, and Lightning Returns, Final Fantasy 13 came out. So I started playing Lightning Returns, then literally like less than a month later, Dark Souls 2 comes out, and that literally like takes up all my gaming time. And then I come back to Lightning Returns, and like right as I started playing Lightning Returns, I'll never forget the moment my PS3 died. And that was my 60 gigabyte, the one that was fully backwards compatible with PS2. It had the emotion engine, it had the graphics synthesizer, basically the full enchilada. That thing died while I was playing as Lightning, fighting Noel in the boss fight on day 3 or day 5 or something. And literally, like, Noel did a backflip and then, like, froze in midair. And he was just, like, frozen. And I was like, what? Wait, and then I realized I couldn't move my character. And I was like, what's going on? Oh, and I was like, oh no, did my console die? Like, I turned it off. I turned it back on. Yellow light of death. That was it. It was gone. Never again. I had to replace it with a... So I went down to GameStop and bought like a refurbished PlayStation Slim. So it was the slim one, not the fully ghetto slim one. It was the one that... It was like the first real slim one. So it was the one that had the chrome... you know, it had the new PS3 logo with the chrome. It couldn't play PS2 games at all. but it was the real slim one. It was the one from like 2009, I think, or 2010. Yeah, my PS3, yeah, it died. And I had a 500 gigabyte 2.5-inch hard drive in there, and it had a ton of games. I basically lost all my game saves except for the ones that were in the cloud, but my PlayStation Plus subscription had expired because it was given to me for free for like 3 months, and then it expired. So then I didn't have access to my cloud saves until like I got a PS4, and then I signed up for the PlayStation Plus. Well, actually, it was one of those things where it was like bundled with the console. You know, you have the little card inside the box. So I registered, or I used that code to reactivate my PSN. Then I realized, oh wait, I still have a lot of like cloud saves in here. So so the reality was I didn't lose as much game saves as I thought I did. I had like I lost about like maybe 30 to 40% of all my save files, but I still managed to save like a good 60% of them via the cloud save. So yeah, I mean, from that point, I kind of stuck with PlayStation Plus. Like I became a subscriber for PlayStation Plus after that moment. So it's like when I realized, oh wow, a lot of my saves are here. So, but it's kind of sad that you have to actually pay for the cloud save service, whereas like, you know, Steam is free for now at least. But we'll see. But yeah, so our PS5 and Series X, that's cool. Oh yeah, that's true. Well, I mean, the newer PlayStation 5s, there's technically right now there are 3 revisions of the PlayStation 5, as far as I know. I have the original one from launch, so I have that one, and then in the gaming room there's another PlayStation 5 that's like with the big screen TV, and that one is the newer revision. So that one is the one that Austin Evans did the side-by-side comparison on, where it has less metal, but because of the way it's designed, it doesn't heat up the memory as much for some reason. So I have that one as well, but I don't have the latest one. Yeah, I don't so, you know, it's interesting you mentioned the Series X, because there were multiple points throughout this year where I was thinking of getting a Series X, but the only problem was when I looked at my game library, and then I also look at like how few, or how my game lineup has essentially just kind of shrunk to a handful of games that I play from time to time. I just couldn't justify buying the Series X, because I just don't really know like what are the exclusives on the Series X that I can't get on the other alternative console, or like on the PC, for instance. So, but yeah, I mean, I'll stream occasionally like PS5 games on this channel. Like I've been meaning to finish Horizon Forbidden West, so I have Horizon Forbidden West, and I'm still relatively early on in that game. I do have Genshin Impact on the PlayStation 5 as well. That's my free-to-play account. So, and the nice thing about the Sony one is because I have PlayStation Plus Essentials, like, every now and then, I literally just get free stuff for Genshin Impact. To the point where if I actually mained the PlayStation Plus or the PlayStation account for Genshin, I would probably have more freebies than playing on PC. Yeah, see, the thing is, the Xbox Series X is like, it's definitely stronger than the PlayStation 5. The chip is bigger. It has more hardware. So it's got more horsepower than the PS5, but Sony runs the clock on the PS5 so high that they basically are about the same. It's interesting because I feel like most games on console scale better with clock speed than with shader count. So, and that's the reason why I feel like even though the Xbox Series X has a superior GPU, like it's superior in every way, Sony's able to make up for it by clocking their inferior GPU that much higher. So Microsoft bought ZeniMax, Bethesda, and maybe Activision. Yeah, that's the thing. That was the reason why I was thinking of getting a Series X, was because of the Game Pass. Yeah. See, if I were Microsoft, honestly, if I were Microsoft, I would try to make a platform, because right now their Xbox app is just not nearly as good as Steam on the desktop. I just feel like if I were Microsoft, I would really try to make a platform that has a comparable experience to Steam on the PC. Because if Microsoft can slowly like scrape away the advantage that Steam has on the desktop, I feel like Microsoft stands to win. Like, they can gain a lot with the Xbox brand and just kind of like pulling more and more into the PC space. And that could potentially make Steam redundant and then eventually irrelevant if they can make the Xbox Live experience on PC equal to or better than the current Steam experience. So I feel like Microsoft really does need to focus on the things that actually matter. I feel like my perception of Microsoft is, I feel like they've got a lot of smart people that don't actually, like, they can't see past their own nose. Like, they're too smart for their own good. Like, they're good at coming up with a lot of ideas, but then when they execute them, they just kind of fall flat because the public just doesn't really use anything they come up with the way that they originally intended. So their stuff eventually just fails or just never really succeeds. Whereas I feel like what they should do is they should, like, look at how people actually use the PC. Not necessarily how people play games, but how people use the PC. How do people collaborate with others for work, for games? They should really, like, do a deep dive on how Discord works. Look at how like, people will go into a Discord and they'll literally start streaming their gameplay to their friends in their Discord channel, and it's like all these mini live streams are happening simultaneously all throughout Discord, completely, you know, in a more private space, as opposed to like being what I'm doing here on YouTube or what a lot of people do on Twitch, right? So I feel like they need to focus more on that, because they tried Mixer, that didn't work. You know, obviously they need to like improve the Xbox experience on PC. But I feel like the PC space is the big winner. Like, whoever can gain majority share of the PC is ultimately going to be the winner. And I do think that Sony has already recognized this, and that's the reason why Sony, as we know, has been pushing more and more of their first-party titles onto the PC. Now, how do they keep the PlayStation console relevant? Well, they give it timed exclusive access. So, for example, Horizon Zero Dawn, it came out for PC this year, but the game was originally released on the PlayStation 4 in 2017. That was years ago. So 5 years ago, right? So you had 5 years of exclusivity. Now, I don't think they're going to do a timed exclusive that's that long anymore. But, you know, like God of War, now God of War is on the PC, but that was like a 2018 game. You know, we just recently found out that Final Fantasy 16, which is coming out next summer, will be timed exclusive to PlayStation 5 for the summer, which means you won't be able to play Final Fantasy 16, which is arguably my most anticipated game of next year. You won't be able to play that on any other platform except PlayStation until probably like a year from now. So what am I gonna do? I'm gonna be playing that game day one on my PlayStation 5 100%. I am not gonna wait to play that on the PC. This is the reason why ray tracing is irrelevant. So they did add Discord to Xbox recently, but it isn't the full app as of yet. Yeah, and you know what? Sony added Discord to PSN. So now you can't do like messaging meaning you can't go into the PlayStation and do messages into Discord that show up there. It's very bare bones right now. Basically, what you can do with the PlayStation and Discord is you can make it so that Discord can show your online status. If for instance, if I start playing Horizon Forbidden West, Discord will say that I'm playing Horizon Forbidden West. I mean, and it won't tell you're playing it on PlayStation Network, as far as I know, because I've gotten people messaging me, you know, like they'll see me playing Horizon Forbidden West, and it says on Discord I'm playing Horizon Forbidden West, and people are like, "How are you playing Horizon Forbidden West? Like, how are you able to do that?" I'm telling them I'm playing it on PlayStation 5, so it's like, but it's integrated into Discord now, so they're like, "Oh, okay." So you can join a voice chat on Discord that people on PC are in. Oh, okay. Okay, I mean, yeah. See, those are the sort of things that that they're making inroads with. So it's not like they're not doing anything with it. But I mean, Microsoft tried to purchase Discord. Like, I think a couple of years ago they tried to purchase. I think back in 2019 or something, they were trying to purchase Discord, but it never happened. I like how Lila's been waiting for me to finish leveling her all the way to 80, and it's like I've been ranting about various different things for the last hour. it's like she's like, I don't have to grind to level 80, but it's like I'm not leveling her up to level 80. I'm just like sitting here just talking about random stuff. So let's get this character to 80, and then we'll probably talk about like what we wanted to talk about. So well, I mean, unless you guys want to keep talking about the consoles, which I find that interesting. I honestly feel like in my mind, I said this on a previous stream, Sony I think has a harder road ahead of them than Microsoft, but I feel like Microsoft seems to be making things harder for them than it needs to be. Like when it comes to integrating the PC or like establishing themselves as a dominant player in the PC space, because Microsoft is Microsoft, for crying out loud. They have Windows. They have majority share of all the operating system market. And they can't, for some reason, they can't manage to leverage Windows to make a platform that's superior to Steam. Like, I don't understand how that works. Like, that's either just plain incompetence on their part, or they just don't know how to read the room. I don't know how else to say it. Like, it's a super misstep on their part, because I can pretty much guarantee you, if Sony owned Windows, and if it was the other way around, if Sony was the one who owned Windows and Microsoft was in Sony's position, I feel like, let's just kind of imagine that Sony owned Windows and Sony had a console and Microsoft also had a console, but Microsoft didn't have Windows. If Microsoft didn't have Windows, I feel like their console space would be far less competitive with Sony, to the point where they might not even be in the console space anymore, if that makes sense. Like, I feel like the reason why Microsoft is able to perpetually, like, duke it out with Sony every console generation is because they have, like, infinite money. Well, okay, it's not infinite money, but you guys get what I'm saying. Like, Microsoft has Azure Cloud services. They have the Xbox gaming division. They have the Microsoft Windows. They own the operating system rights, so literally the licensing fees to not only consumer, which is basically, a lot of people will be buying like Windows keys for very, very cheap, so that's not really where the majority of their money comes from. Where it really comes from is Office 360 subscriptions for corporate businesses, the Outlook, the enterprise volume licensing for IT, work laptops and work desktops, that sort of thing. That's where the majority of Microsoft's traditional money from the Windows side comes from, not from you and me running like a gaming PC with Windows 10 or Windows 11, right? Like, that's not where the majority of their money is coming from. Now, obviously, they're gonna try to make the money with like ads and revenue and that kind of thing, but they've largely not been that successful in that space, not nearly as successful as Google and Apple, but it is a component of their operating system business. So I feel like they have all these different revenue streams, and that isn't to say that Sony doesn't have the same thing. Sony has their movie division, and that's a huge money-making machine for them. They also have their cameras, right? Like the Sony cameras. They make a lot of money from selling cameras to photographers, professional, prosumer, consumer, but also not just the photographers and photo specialists, but also like security camera manufacturers. You know, like that's where the real money is, because think of like every single business, any retail store, any like department store, coffee shop, McDonald's, you know, fast food place, anywhere where there's a public space, even governments, local, city, statewide, federal governments, cameras are basically in everything, in smartphones, in all this stuff. And Sony has a huge business in the camera space. You know, they compete with like Canon and Olympus and others, but really, like for Sony, they're really, if you look at it, Sony is very much a hardware company, whereas Microsoft historically is a software company. So Sony has a lot of cameras. They have a lot of like they make a lot of electronics, you know, like TVs, audio, like headphones, like Sony headphones, you know, the Walkman, all this stuff. Like, so the two companies come from completely different backgrounds, but when they compete with each other in the gaming space, it's very interesting because they're so different at their core. But at the end of the day, like I feel like if you were to flip the roles, reverse the roles, and have Microsoft, which doesn't have Windows, but Sony has Windows, Microsoft would be far less competitive with Sony than Sony is with them today. So that's just my opinion on it. I don't know if that's accurate or not, but I think it is. Just having been keeping up with the console wars for like basically since the PS3 era. That's kind of how I view the two of them. But it's mind-boggling that Microsoft hasn't been able to capitalize on their dominant position in the operating system in the PC world, right? Like why? How have they allowed Steam to become the juggernaut that it is when Microsoft owns the operating system, right? Like they could easily make something that's similar to Steam and offer a more compelling experience. I just don't know how they're able to not do that. I do think that Sony is looking into this. I do think that Sony is probably internally, secretly trying to make like a PlayStation on PC client. So something very similar to Steam, where you basically log in with your PSN and a thing pops up and it's like, instead of your Steam library, it will have like your PlayStation library, and you can play your games on PC, or you can launch them on console. Because I feel like Sony is really good at building the kind of interoperability with their entire ecosystem, right? Like they have like remote play with the PS Vita and the PS4. They had that. That was a huge thing. I mean, I think they even did that with the PSP, if I'm not mistaken. They do a good job trying to integrate their entire portfolio, whereas Microsoft is kind of like, here's Xbox. Okay, and then recently, you know, in the last couple of years, now here's Xbox on PC. And, you know, that's basically it. So it's like they're trying to get there. They're just a little bit slower at providing like a full kind of ecosystem for their end users. So, but I really want to see like Sony get into the PC space and basically steal market share from Steam, because in my mind, Steam is kind of too big. They're too big for their own good, and now Steam has tried to branch out. Like, you know, there's this Steam Deck, but the Steam Deck is a new iteration of the Steam Box, which was basically like running Steam on a Linux-based desktop as opposed to a Windows-based desktop. but the Steam box never really took off. They never really standardized any on any particular set of hardware. They kind of was like, here's a general list of hardware requirements, and you have to get Linux installed, and this is what you need to do. But the average Joe wasn't really capable of doing that. Like, there was too involved for them, right? So they finally made the Steam Deck, which was a step in the right direction, but I don't know. I think that the vast majority of people who play games on Steam don't really want the on-the-go mobile experience. I could be wrong, but I certainly have no real interest in getting a Steam Deck. And the vast majority of the games that I play nowadays are based off of the Steam client. Like, if it's not Steam, it's either going to be Epic Games or PlayStation. And particularly PlayStation 5. Like, at this point in time, I've basically retired the PlayStation 4. There's really no reason for me to ever boot up the PS4 anymore. Because the PlayStation 5 is fully backwards compatible with pretty much all the PS4 games. So that's basically it. You don't really need to do anything with that anymore. I think I needed, what, 24 of these? Oh, I guess we'll have her refund. Because we're getting kind of low on those. I'm a little bit worried that I might have to farm some of these. She's gonna need... Oh wait. Okay, so I need 6 of these. 6 of that. Wait, is that all? No, 7 of these. And then 6 of those. Why is she not doing? Okay, there we go. So 7 of the blue one. And then 7 of those, and then I need 6 of this one. This is gonna be the hard one to get. So, how many of... I guess what I need to do is I need to look at how many of these I've got. Wait a minute. 40 of those, 4 of those, 36 of those, 11 of those. Oh, but I already have 17 of these, so we're probably gonna go with red, since I feel like I have the most of red. So 6 times 3 is 18. I need 18 of these. Microsoft has bad software dev teams, I feel like. Dedicated PC apps other than Windows and Microsoft Office. Well, yeah, because the thing that they need to make, it's not about making games, right? That's not Microsoft's problem. It's, you gotta take one step back. It's all about, like, it's all about the user experience on the Xbox app is really what they need to focus on. And yeah, part of that is playing the games, because how the gaming experience integrates, how your UI, how your overlay or UI or whatever, the client that you use, the Xbox client, how that integrates with the gameplay experience and the other part of it, the user experience. Like, how easy is it to look at your game library, to organize your games into different categories, browse by genre, organize by release year, right? Like, what if I want to see games that I purchased only in this year or only in 2017, right? Show me games that I got in 2020, right? Like, stuff like that. Like, nobody, like, I don't think anybody has that feature. You know, I'm just kind of brainstorming, like, what is something that I would want to see from them? Like, that's something. I guess we're just gonna make all of these. Now I have 0 red, though. So we're gonna run into a problem with not having enough of these. So that's gonna become 9. So I got 9 of those. That makes 3 of these. So I'm gonna need 3 more. Man, this is like insanely hard to do. I have like none of those. I have 30 of these and 40 of these. Can I make 9 of these? Wait, I've got 3. I need 6 more. So I need 18 of these. Six of those. And then I can make 3 purples. And then I can go over here and I can turn, I want this one. So I can take 3 from the red and then 3 from the purple. Wow, I had 4 purple? Okay. Alright, now I got 6. Now I can ascend her. Hopefully this is worth it. That's a lot of resources, but she's gonna have that 77.8% HP scaling.
レイラ、自分を信じよう。たくさん助けてくれた人を信じよう。あなたたちならきっと何でも解決できるわ。
Okay, so she's maxed out. We're gonna leave her at level 80. I really don't have enough resources for Yae Miko, which is totally fine. We have plenty of days to be able to try to get her, so this is basically what we're running with now. Yeah, so let's go with this. Oh yeah, her artifacts? Oh, her talents, Obviously we want to level up the E, because that's the most important one. But I do want to level up this as well. I just realized I'm probably going to run out of this material. This is what's concerning. Yeah. I knew that would become a problem. So we need to craft basically as much as possible. Basically all of this. Only managed to get 4 of them back. Make sure I get this one leveled up, because this is the most important one. Man, that just chews through these. And then I don't even have that, so oh boy. We are gonna have to farm hilly trolls of all things. Hold on. I have to actually use the shop because I'm too lazy to want to farm those. I'll take those. Is that all they've got? Oh, they've got these also. 45 of those. I think that should be good, I guess, for now. What? Oh, I can get ingenuity. Okay. Wow, we're gonna have to farm. I think I can get her normals up. I tried. I almost got her up there to level up. So, oh, I can craft 4 of the purple. Give me 25% chance. It's better. Those are better odds. You had to use restroom? Okay. Well, I think Chris left. Chris hasn't said anything in a while. Surprised like Joey never stopped by, because he usually drops in the stream also. We're gonna have to farm those. I'm gonna get her a +7. I usually stop leveling talents at 7. Because she's a 4-star character, if I can get her constellation, like if I get this constellation, Knights of Formal Focus, that's her E. Yeah, that gives me a free +3. That'll make this a level 10. So I don't really need to go above 7 on talents, but we do need to farm the talents, and today's the day. So we're gonna do that next. Here, let's turn the audio up by like a little bit. Is that super loud? I don't want the audio to be super loud, but I want it to be a little bit louder than it was. We'll try this part. We have Kokomi's broken healing, so I think we're good. And she's a shielder, so we've maxed out her shield. Oh yeah, what did I put for a weapon? Okay, yeah. She's swords. We got sword, we got catalyst, another catalyst, and we have a bow. So we basically have everything. We have one melee. She's kind of melee though. Like she can't really hit things that far away. These two are like medium range. This is long range, and this is melee. So let's see what she can do. Shield. Spam. Just spam them down. Just spam with this. You know, I might play Elden Ring. I might do like an Elden Ring stream. Oh wow, her shield actually held up. Oh wow, explosions. The vaporize. Oh man, all the explosions. The only problem with Yoimiya is sometimes she like randomly attacks the wrong target. So now we'll use her long range to shoot this thing down. Do this, I don't know what this fit does. Spam, let's keep spamming. Massive spam. Big spam. Frozen Throne, Sephiroth. Final Fantasy VII. What is this? What was that? This is why she is one of the most broken characters. I've been saying this character is broken. This game has no PvP, because if this game had PvP, no one would play this game ever again. Because the character balance is non-existent. Like, it's completely non-existent. Some characters are broken triple S tier, and other characters are near unplayable. Although, I shouldn't say near unplayable, just not viable. You have broken characters like this. Each tick from her water jellyfish like heals me and deals damage. And then it's causing vaporize because I'm mixing it with the fire attack. And then she freezes them, and then we just spam. The dendro damage. It's hilarious. See, now it has a burning status. Man, I like this battle theme though. This game, Genshin Impact has like one of the best soundtracks in recent history. I think I hit the wrong theme. It doesn't work. I like how she just like turns on that shield and leaves. Well, all the new character does is just put up a shield and then just rotate out. She like tags out. She's only there for like a split second. Let the healer do all the fighting. See, the healer just killed that aerial thing. And it just killed that thing. Super broken. The healer is like one of the best damage dealers in the group. Alright, let's see if I can farm more of this. I know I need to farm like the EXP material. we got 12 of those. Not, yeah, we're probably gonna do another one. No, actually, I might be done. I might only need those 2 runs. Because this needs to level up 1 more time. And then it's done. And then this. We have to go back and craft more stuff. This game basically replaced Monster Hunter World for me. It also kind of stole, like, the game time that I would have devoted to Final Fantasy XIV. But it depends. Like, if I was playing... If I want to be playing with other players most of the time, I'd probably go back to Final Fantasy XIV. But that game is just not really... Like, there's not a whole lot going on in 14 right now. So it's okay for me to just kind of be away from it for several months. I usually play 14 when there's an expansion. Like, on the expansion years. Are like the big years for me to be playing that game. Let's craft, I think let's just craft 8 of them. Oh yeah, I need to craft the blue book. This one. Guide to Ingenuity. Yeah, this is the one I needed. So 3. Let's try to go for the double. We got 1. That was a 10% chance, so that was pretty good, but we're still short by 2. But what I need is that. So we need 4 purples again. And I probably will be streaming Star Ocean the Divine Force again. Because I do want to play that. It's either going to be that or Elden Ring. If I'm not streaming this, the only other games that I see myself playing on stream is Elden Ring or Star Ocean. Because I do want to kind of finish Star Ocean. I really need to be playing more of that game. The only reason why we're playing this is because we need to do our weeklies. And then if I stream again on the weekend, it'll probably be Star Ocean or Elden Ring. I've recently got back into Elden Ring. And I think that might be an interesting game. I might do like co-op or PvP on stream. Or playing as like a blue. Or something like that. We'll see. I need 6 of these and then 4 more of the blue. Oh, I think we're gonna run out. We're not gonna have enough for the blue. Yeah, I'm gonna have to farm. Wow. She just devoured all of the hilly troll stuff that I had collected. Yeah, oh wow, we're gonna have to farm it again. We need to have 9 of those, so that means I need to farm it. I need to do probably like 2 more rounds. Just stick with them again. Once Yoimiya hits level 9 or like plus 10 on the friendship thing, like see, she's getting really close to max friendship. I typically stop using characters once they hit max friendship because I want to kind of level up more, get max. Oh yeah, Eula. Okay, I need to play Eula again. But see, like some of these characters, like characters that are max 10 on the friendship, there's not really an incentive for me to use them anymore outside of Spiral Abyss, which is basically this game's in-game rating. But like once they hit 10, it's like I'd rather just build up another character. So that's kind of what I do. And I don't waste time like farming relics or artifacts because like that's what anyone who streams Genshin Impact does, is they literally just farm artifacts. I just find that extremely boring. And if I was gonna do that, I would quit the game forever. Okay, that shield is very good. It's like she's playing, what's that one game? Hopscotch? So she's playing hopscotch. And they're literally dying from her tapping her feet on the ground.
邪魔しないでご助力を火の用心おっとラッキー
All I see are just a bunch of numbers. I just see a bunch of numbers scrolling across the screen. You know what I'll do? I'll probably do the weekly boss fights with co-op. We'll play with others. We'll do that. So I have enough to make one blue that gets me 7. I have to do one more run. This should be the last run.
Hoshi no Gokago wa kore koso ga chie no dendo.
Spam that. Look at that. Freeze this guy.
Hanabi ni se ya hachi ya ha Gokan watashi no ii no mama ni shinkai no kago.
Wow, Bloom and Frozen. Bloom and Frozen.
Touran no ikkoi.
Unfair. Died like before the long round. Okay, all I need was 9, so yeah, we're done. And then these would just be saved if some other character in the future ever needs these things. So that's that. Now I need to farm. Now I actually need to collect my stuff from the blacksmith. But what I need to do is I need to find the hilly turtle that has the little blue thing that I need. So we need to farm a few of that guy. He is this one? Yes, this one. Why all the way over there? That's like so far away. What I'll do is I will get rid of her. Let's try, let's bring Hazo. Let's Falcon Punch stuff to
風に突き
death
当たったのかい
with this
相談
guy.
に乗ってあげるよ
So we lose Pyro, we lose Burn, because these two... So if you're not familiar with this game uses... This game has a very unique combat system, where anytime two elements... Well, okay, there are a few exceptions now, where like Dendro... Like, for example, this green one, Dendro, think of this like nature damage, like druids from WoW. Like, this damage doesn't... Like, this and ice do nothing. Like, they don't interact. Like, nature and ice just don't do anything. They don't mix. But, likewise, air. So this one is wind. Or Anemo. This one and Dendro also don't mix. So, but, like, water and nature do. And then this works with everything but this. But then, like, of course, there's Geo, which is like earth or like rock. And that one doesn't mix with anything either. So this guy is basically Falcon Punch. Like, you charge up his fist and just punch something to death. So actually, is there anybody over here? Oh, there's... See how he did the fire damage? He did fire because his wind damage is mixing with that flame. So that's cool. Like, I like this game for 2 reasons. One is the combat is very addictive. 2, the soundtrack is just straight up like god tier. And the gameplay loop is it's relatively fun to get into. But even if you're like 100% free to play, like on my PlayStation 5, that's my free to play account, and I still do have quite a bit of progress. I get 45 on that, and I could be higher, but I just don't know. Well, wow, he's that guy flying. He literally punched that guy so far. Just punch that guy for almost 26 games. He just straight up died. That's hilarious. we need to work our way, like, somehow we need to get up there. I don't know why they chose this enemy that's way out here, because obviously there are ones that are nowhere near this far, but oh well. Dark Souls. Hello. Ouch, they punched this little girl.
私のお家にいらっしゃい。手をつなぎましょう。
Alright, we're gonna
ご助力を。
punch this guy in the face. Oh, his stupid shield's blocking me. So what I'll do is I'll put water on him and then freeze him. Freeze him?
ごっかん。
Yes.
私
And then one, bam. See, I like it because the combat is very intuitive. It seems simple, but it's also quite complex with the amount of. I like games like Dark Souls where the combat seems very basic at first, but then you realize it actually has the same level of complexity as a fighting game. He has an aura. When I switch to him, the reason why he has this aura is because he has this constellation. I think it's this one. Yes, it's the first one. So I've got a C2 on him, that's why. Oh, it's over there. So PCIe 5.0, ATX 3.0 power supplies. Do I recommend them? I would say this. If you are entertaining the idea in your mind of getting a 4080 or a 4090, then it's definitely. Oh no! Oh, he fell. Okay, hold up. Let's try that again. That wasn't supposed to happen. You know what I should have done is I should have used this air current. Wait for the air current. Yeah, that's the smart thing to do. Man, you just swirl them up. Wow, 30k, wow. That's good. And remember guys, I have just like average artifacts and stuff. I don't have anything like crazy good. I don't consider myself a Genshin Impact content creator by any means. So, I do the bare minimum artifact grind possible just so that I have enough artifacts for all my characters. He just goes God mode on them, like activates this massive debuff. Just because. Man, Heizo's gameplay is just so satisfying. I feel like all the Anemo characters in this game, all the wind-based characters are just fantastic. Like Venti, Jean, Sucrose. There isn't a single bad Anemo character in this game. Don't even get me started with Kazuma, because that's like he's like the god tier character. Man, this place actually has a lot of these guys around. Walks into them. Like, they just. Man, I feel like this is basically like Zarbon and Dodoria just going around Namek villages and slaughtering the local people. That's what this looks like. Just going in, there's like indigenous people down here, and you're just like destroying their home and stuff. It's just seems so wrong. This is basically what this game is doing. He froze on the way down. What? Man. Oh, we gotta get all the way up there. honestly, I think I might have enough already to level her up. Oh no, not quite. Now, the weird thing about this place is if I want to go off the platform, I actually have to go this way. Yeah, it's up there, so I have to stay on this path. What? Okay, maybe not. Let's land. So wait a minute, what? We'll just have to do a dendro bomb. Because this guy has a shield. See, look, it just destroyed it. Or I guess he got shattered. Just like he got destroyed. Now there's another one somewhere down here. Okay, I think that's it. I think I have enough. I may have enough to well, no, it's still showing another one over here. Every time I have to farm stuff like this, I always want to do the full farm until like it tells me there's nothing left to farm. I'm surprised how well. So Dendro doesn't interact with Cryo, but it works really surprisingly well. Because with Hydro, it freezes them. You basically freeze them so they can't fight back. Oh, that's bad. That was bad. Wait, why am I... What the... Why is this thing here? Alright, let's just dodge. Do that. This guy, freeze. Okay. The other guy... It's funny how that archer's still alive. This is why sometimes I feel like you always want to have one range. There's no teleporter over there, so we have to run over there. Oh, this is cool. But there's anyone that can actually get it. So we're gonna have to swap him for Duluth temporarily just to farm these things. You know what I should have done? I should have just chose Zhongli, and I could have gotten like all of it in one hit as opposed to doing it this way. better in Mondstadt, so whatever. Have him do it. Okay. We don't need Edgelord for this. Let's go back to Hazo. I actually like using Hazo in here just to grind stuff out. He has increased movement speed. Man, he punched that guy. That's ruthless. He like punched that guy into that campfire thing. Run up the stairs, aggro all of them, it doesn't really matter. Perfect. This is an archer, so I want this one also. Because I actually need I actually need both of these. Because the thing is, I haven't really farmed a lot of these guns in a long time. But it's made me run out of their materials. So like, see, for instance, I don't have much of anything for the archers. And then also these guys, like, wow, they're like, my stocks of this is completely depleted. But I still have a ton of this. So I wish there was a character that used these. Or like these. Because I got so many of those. But this would only ever be for like weapons. So I think we're done with her talent. Yes, okay, we're good. Oh, but see, now I need... Do I need to farm this again? I think we're good in terms of farming. For at least the raw materials. So she needed 3 of the blue and 3 of this. Okay, so 3 and 3. I can't make any ingenuity. Unless I high roll, like, you know what? Try to get me a 25% chance refund. Oh, he pulled it off. He pulled it off. Oh, but I need 2. So we're not done. So basically, yeah, we need to farm more of these, and then I still need 4 of the hilly churl thing. This one. So we need 12 of this one. Wait, 4 times 3 is 12. Yeah, 12. Oh wow, are you kidding me? Wow, I just made it? Wow. I only needed 3. Man. Okay, so we're not done. We gotta do one more. Hopefully it's just one more. We'll try Hazo in this run. What is Kokomi's friendship level? I feel like Kokomi's friendship level is almost max too. Okay, so not as bad as Yoimiya. One, two, three. Just gets this with the iframes. Punches this thing in the tail. Man, what? What are these numbers? All these explosions. We don't even have Nilo in the party, and they're like obliterated. It's like, oh no, you don't. Get back down here. Wow. Oh man. Have I ever tried to uncap the FPS in Genshin? No. I don't know if you can. I mean, see, the problem with Genshin is it's a client-based, or it's a live service game, so everything is kind of tied to their server. So I mean, I guess if the option's there, but I've never seen the option. So wait, what do I need to do? I need to craft 2 of these. I need 6 of those. So we are done. That was perfect because that's 5 runs. So I basically burned through all of my condensed resin. So now I just need to craft the 2 remaining ones for this. And then we have to go fight the boss. And for the boss fights, I think I'll do co-op. I think I'll go play with others. Yeah, and the problem is you'll probably end up getting banned. Because they ban, like, MiHoYo, like this game it's like a Chinese developed game, and they are super strict on banning like anybody who does any kind of change. Like they're real quick. I mean, unless you were to like somehow run the game offline, but then you wouldn't have like it wouldn't work because you'd have to make your own account, but then you wouldn't have any of the characters. I mean, it would be a separate account, so it wouldn't have the characters. Unless there was a way to somehow port the data from the live service account over to an offline version and then have that. But then, like, what's the point, right? Like, if you run the game above 60, all that work just to run the game above 60, in my mind, it's just too much effort for, like, not a whole lot. Okay, so we'll get 2. You know what? Who makes books? Okay, she has a new talent. She has a talent. 10% chance to receive double the product. Let's see if she can actually double this up. And I wasn't expecting it, but that's fine. We're good. So now we have her. We can max this, but we're gonna have to go fight the boss. So to do that, I'm going to need to use a resin. Or actually, do I have 60? Oh no, it's gonna be 30. So yeah. Let's actually talk to the blacksmith first. Yeah, modding a game like this would be akin to modding, like, WoW. Or, well, I mean, I wouldn't even say that. I mean, kind of. It would be like trying to make, like, a private server in WoW. Or, I mean, it would be like modding a more modern MMO. Like, Final Fantasy 14. So the only way to even bother doing something like that would be to try to make a game, like somehow get it to run in an offline or like to a remote server, kind of, you know, essentially basically like a WoW private server. Okay, let's go team up with some other players. See who else wants to do this fight. I mean, I can do it by myself, but I feel like it's more interesting to play with other people for these fights in particular. Oh, it looks like I'm the host? No, wait, am I the host? Oh, I am the host. Okay. All right, so we got a full party. We got 3 others. Let's co-op. Invite everybody. Let's go, boys. I don't know if I want to be her. I don't think she's gonna be very good in this fight.
Yes.
Okay, we got shield. I have a shield. Those 2 don't know how to heal. So maybe I should be Kokomi to ensure our survival. Oh wait, oh you were going Kokomi? Can I go new girl? Can I go new girl? Freeze? Does this work? We good? Okay. Alright, I want to test out her. The reason why I want to co-op is because she has a shield. See? She can shield everybody. That is so cool. That's why I wanted to play her, and that's why I didn't think we needed Zhong Li for this fight. So that guy was choosing Zhong Li. Okay, here we go. This is it. This is the newest boss. This is the latest boss in the game. Watch for the ad. There. Oh, I got an achievement? I don't even know what I did to him. I broke his arm. Here we go. My role is support. I'm playing support. I'm basically shielding them, but I can't heal them. So the healer is the guy best Alfredo is the healer. Oh man. I gotta admit, this is pretty fun. I'm just keep shielding everybody up. Now the shield broke. Look at me, heal me! Oh man, that was close. Okay, I need to heal. I need to eat something. I need to equip something here. Okay, here we go. Second phase, phase 2. Phase 2. Oh man. Okay, have to get the ads. This is very much like Nier. This reminds me of Nier Automata. With the like those rabbit things in the air are constantly firing. Get the ads. Break the sheep. Oh man, I'm shielding everybody. Why is it following us? Why is it following? Oh, it's following Super. Alright, we broke the shield. He's doing spirit bomb. He's doing spirit bomb. Why am I unable to break spirit bomb. This is it. Spider-Man time. Web swing. It's amazing. This mechanic, this part of the fight reminds me of Bismarck's stream in Final Fantasy VII. It's very much like that. You jump on him and you basically start beating him up all the way down. We get him in one phase. Do we get him? Oh, nice. We got him in one. We got him one cycled it. That was awesome. That was pretty awesome, man. And that Kokomi, this Kokomi was using a 3-star book. So not even, this is basically a total free-to-play book. So, wow, we one-cycled it. And I got the exact piece I needed. I needed this mirror. So nice. That was awesome. And that's actually pretty good elemental mastery piece too. Not bad. Alright, on to the next boss. What I'll do is I will go back to single player mode. And then we will queue up for another one. So you can see, like, if you're playing with other players or like even people on your friends list and stuff, this game can be pretty fun. But it is relatively straightforward once you experience all the content. Yes. it's been cold like all week.
邪魔しないで。
Jesus.
覚えたわよ。
Yeah, it's been really cold. It's like, let me do the conversion. Basically, I think the average temperature has been about 9 degrees Celsius, so 48 Fahrenheit. $24 Celsius, right? That's pretty nice. Wait, where are you located? That sounds like are you talking Fahrenheit or Celsius? If that's Celsius, that's really nice. If that's Fahrenheit, that's really cold. All right. Oh, 24F? Oh man, that's not Canada, right? That sounds like Canada. Or maybe somewhere. Oh, you're in the Midwest. Okay. Really? 24 in the Midwest? I mean, I can see that, because it's like, yeah, the middle of the country has been really cold this week. But I mean, yeah, even in the southeast, it's been relatively temperate. I don't know how it is on the West Coast though. Okay, the next fight that I want to do is probably gonna be Raiden Shogun, so we're gonna have to go over here. I don't think I've ever done this one like with other people. We'll try it though. Oh man, I gotta get all of these. Let's get Ito real quick. Ito needs to hack these up. Oh, Western New York. Oh, okay, well that explains it. Yeah, yeah. That's like around, isn't that like Albany and Buffalo? Albany, when I hear of Western New York, I think Albany and Buffalo, New York. Like that's what comes to my mind. Yeah, it can get very, very cold and miserable. Basically for the next several months. Buffalo, New York, yeah. Yeah, it gets really cold. I know somebody who used to go to school. Oh, I think he was in Albany or somewhere over there. Or maybe it was Buffalo. I can't remember. But, yeah, it's pretty miserable for like a good 4 months. But I don't know, I like cold, I like the cold temperature. I just don't like when there's just snow everywhere and there isn't really an easy way to get rid of it and it's just gonna be there. You just have to coexist with it for a while. That's not really fun. Like, but down in the south, like, the snow is nice to see, but then the problem is, like, nobody knows how to drive properly. Like, nobody knows what snow tires are. Nobody knows how to close. No one closes swimming pools, like down in the south. So when it freezes, the swimming pools, well, the thing is, the pool, the pump knows how to keep running, but I feel like that wouldn't be viable up north, where the temperature stays below freezing for several days at a time, and it may only rise to like, you know, like the mid 40s. That's a problem. So, that would probably cause, like a water pump to fail. Because it would be working so hard, like, constantly, all the time, and it just doesn't seem like that would work. So, let me try her. I'm gonna try her. I'm basically gonna try the new character in all of these boss fights. I'll shield everybody. I don't know how effective it'll be, but, we can do Superconduct. Why are they going double? Well, I mean, I can cause Superconduct, so whatever. Oh, Albany is Eastern New York?
うん
Do I have that backwards? Oh yeah, you're right. It's like north of New York City. Oh, oops. For some reason, what was I thinking? Oh, I was thinking of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. That's what I was thinking. That's like on the western side, but it's... Why is she attacking me but like nobody else?
うかつに突っ込んではいけません。
私の意のままに
三
無力に私のご加護で
Why don't I keep my shield?
私の意のままに
Man, Bennett, what's his energy recharge stat? Constantly spending his ult.
判決からは逃れられない。
そういうだけの呼びかけに応える私たちよ
そういう水泳
Mute it. Because I don't know. Obviously it's too loud, but for some reason it doesn't seem like it's too loud to me. And I've already, like when I check on the output shows that it's like normal, so I don't know. Oh, somebody died. Oh, we don't have an electro. Oh man, we got lucky. We did enough reaction damage that it worked. Because typically, I don't think I've ever been able to get past that without an electro. But apparently in co-op, it works, so... let's see if we get one cycle. There's only 3 of us. We lost one of our members. There's no way to revive them. Going all out. Man, we're going all out. Shields up. Ults up. Oh man, they're taking damage. We're taking too much damage. Oh man, can we get her in one cycle? She's walking through. She's walking through. Watch out. Dark Souls. Dark Souls. Got her. Oh man. Saw through the illusion. I think Bennett has the aggro. 40k? Man, okay. You know what? You know who carried us? You know who carried us? The guy with the Chinese name. Rice, whatever that says. I don't know what that, it's like Rice something. Anyway, that dude was hitting her for like 40k damage with his E. Oh, we still one-cycled it though. But you know, like I kept shielding him and the dude with Bennett kept healing us, so it's not like we didn't do anything. Otherwise that guy would have just straight up died and then it would have been a wipe. So that was a good run. You know, we lost our 4th member. He died early on in the fight, but the 3 of us were able to carry it, so. I wonder what that guy's energy recharge stat was, because that was pretty crazy. Yeah, I need to figure out, I guess, it's almost like, hold on, let me check the mixer. You know what, maybe the mixer. Stream only audio. Oh, you know what? Okay, let me know if it's quieter now. What about now? Like right now, it's probably gonna be loud. Okay, now I'm gonna lower it to like 50%. Or is that no, that's a logarithmic scale. Yeah, that's dB. Hold on. What if I do that?
どうしてレ レポートと
Alright,
論
I've
文の
adjusted
先
the
がこ
audio.
んなに
What
見
I
えな
want
い
to
の
do is I want to see if I can break the game audio up.
いいよ
Oh, never mind. I'll just leave it like that. Stream only audio. Is that making my audio too low?
あああ
Is it automatically changing? Okay, you know what? The only way to lower it enough where that it won't be a problem is to lower it to like 1. Then I think it won't be that loud.
たとえ見上げなくても星空は永遠に私たちを見つめ
That
てい
is
る
so weird that it doesn't really seem... Because like on the audio mixer, it is literally at negative 57 decibels. And my mic one, the microphone is at negative 15. Just for comparison. So the fact that the stream, like the fact that the game audio is still that loud is pretty crazy. Like I'm surprised it's that loud because if I do stream only audio, I feel like I have to keep stream output audio really,
先がこんなに見えないのおかしい
but apparently you're still able to hear her talking, which is really weird. I mean, it should be very, very quiet. Okay, what I need to do now is I've already gotten her talents maxed. She's maxed, leveled, everything's maxed. So now the next thing to do is make a wish and see if we can pull her. Probably not. Okay. So I guess the only other thing to do is to use one of these things. I have a two days remaining for this. We need to use that up to get back the resin so I can do the La Signora fight. Even though I don't really need to do it. I need to do one more of the weekly bosses. And then I need to also go visit the tree, but I don't need to do that. Let's visit the tree. Because maybe the tree will give me a wish for Yaimiko or something. Because I don't have that character. Like, that's one of the characters I don't have. I like the Spider-Man in this game, like the web swinging. That's awesome. Like this zone, the Sumeru zone, which is basically the newest zone. Like it's cool that it has like Spider-Man stuff in it. Like that's cool. So we can offer this. Oh yeah, see, oh no, I won't get a wish, but I'll get one of these. So what's the rewards? So like if I get it to level... Okay, so we're not gonna get a wish anytime soon. Like I just got those in the previous level. So we leveled it to level 21. I think the max level is 50. If it's anything like the one in Inazuma. So I always need more Mora. We're always running low. We got plenty of fragile resin now. So what I need to do is I need to farm, well, let me check one thing. What is, where is, oh no, I don't even have it open. Oh no, it's open. I want to see like what's Yaimiko actually need for me to level her up. So she needs this thing, which I have some of, so that's fine. I've got that. She uses the samurai, the Ronin stuff, which is this one. So we're good there. We have these, so that's not a problem. That's good. And she uses the same thing that Kazuya. This thing. We have 600 over, so that's plenty. And then what is the talent material? So she uses Philosophies of Light. Philosophies of Light. Which is this one. And this is a Saturday, Wednesday, or Sunday farm. So basically, like, you can farm anything on Sunday, but other things are only farmed typically 2 days a week. So this is going to be tomorrow, so I don't need to farm that now. So what I'll probably do is farm the boss that she needs, which is basically the thing in one of the coolest, like, secret zones. So you know what? I'll just go down there with this party and see how they do in Enkanomiya, because this is where we have to fight this thing. So it shouldn't be a problem now. Let me know if the stream is still really loud. But from what I can tell, it shouldn't be. Hold on, let me try to raise the default speaker. Oh wow, if I raise it, it still makes the game audio really loud. So I guess I have to leave it like that. That's weird. You know what? I want to rate. I'll leave it like this. Let me know if the game audio is still really loud. You can tell the level design in this game is very much. Not only is it inspired by Breathtaker or Edge of the Wild. No, what is it? Yeah, the Zelda game, Edge of the Wild. It is also. Where did these guys go? Oh, they're over there. It's also very much influenced by Dark Souls. It feels like easier Dark Souls. And that might be one of the reasons why I really like the gameplay. She can shield me. I have to go get this dude before he like causes a problem. Oh, you know what? Oh, I'm not able to break it. So for some reason he's not as good as okay, he still broke it, but it took him a lot longer. It took him a lot longer to break it than Kazuya. Heizo kinda needed that heal. Alright, I'll just get the shields up. We'll hit him with this stuff. Get him with Kokomi. And I'll punch him in the face. This is basically like this game's Ornstein and Smo. Sort of, I guess. Oh no, he's on the wall again. Okay, as long as Heizo just randomly keeps autoing, he is able to break it. Okay, that's good. So I find it funny how the other one, like the ally, just kind of like chills there in the back, while his partner is just getting kicked on the ground like multiple times. It's kind of weird. It just seems really odd. Okay, now that's annoying. That's really annoying. That's why we have the new character for the shield. Shields up. Break that wall so this dude falls down. See, it has like a really nice gameplay flow. Like, I guess the idea here is you want to kill both of them at around the same time. You don't want to kill one well before the other, because that just intuitively doesn't seem like that's the right thing to do. Like, I think you're just gonna have a problem if you do that. It's kind of like that one boss fight in Devil May Cry 3, soon. There, that one should be dead soon. Man, that makes me think of the Ginyu Force Purple Spiral Flash attack. Almost. Oh man, he's gonna kill him. I need to get the shield up quick. There. See, it's kind of like playing Dark Souls, only way less stressful, way more laid back. It's like Dark Souls light. I don't know if that's even a valid comparison, but it just seems like that. This is what I'm looking for. I want to at least get like 20 of these, because this is, I've never actually had to farm this boss because I've never had to really do anything in that area until, well, I mean, I don't have any of the characters that need that boss. The only reason why I'm farming it is because when I get Yae Miko, assuming I will get this character at some point within the next 17 days, I'll be able to level her up instantly. I won't have to like farm that thing and she'll be at level 1 or level 40 or something. Because you don't really need to farm the bosses until you hit level 40. But in this game, the level cap is 90. But realistically, you don't need to go to level 90 unless your characters are elemental mastery focused. Then you kind of want to get them close to 90, if not 90. And then realistically, the endgame Spiral Abyss, you do kind of want level 90 on some of the characters. So, but yeah, 80. Basically, what I try to do nowadays, basically what I do is I get the character to 80. And then maybe unlock them for the final tier so I can level them somewhere between 80 and 90. But then that's basically what I do for most of the characters. But I still have a bunch of characters that are, you know, not even in the final bracket. Some of them aren't even in, like, you know, like this guy's only level 50. A lot of people say this is the best character in the game. I don't really use him that much, even though I do have the full C6. But that might be one of the reasons why I don't use him. And then, yeah, so we have some characters here that we don't use. So unfortunately, they're kind of like there. Maybe someday, I don't know. But realistically, this game, if you want to keep collecting all the characters, you kind of have to play it basically at least once every day. But you know, I'll take breaks. Like I've quit this game. Now, granted, it's quit. Like, I stopped playing the game for like multiple times. Yeah, I said, so for the 7900 XTX, like I said that I'm definitely interested in getting one. Now, the one that would make sense in my case would be the XTX. Like, depending on how close the XT is to the XTX, and I think there's going to be a pretty big gap between the two of them, or like a sizable gap at least. It wouldn't make sense for me to get the XT. Like, because you gotta think, I already have the 6900 XT, I already have the 3090 Ti, so it's like, in order for me to justify upgrading, I would need something that's at least 40-45%, ideally above 50% better than what I already have. Otherwise, I can't really justify the enormous amount of money. Now, if these graphics cards maxed out around like $700, like how they typically used to, then it would be a no-brainer. Then I would definitely consider the upgrade. But because they're so expensive now, I don't know, man. It's like, it's kind of hard to justify spending $1,000, you know, like, and even earlier I was talking about like $1,600 for a 4090. That to me just seems kind of ridiculous. You could buy like a very nice laptop for that kind of money, like a whole laptop, you know, like we're talking like a good screen with good color calibration, you know, the keyboard, basically all that stuff, a full laptop, mobility, for the price of like a 4090. Yeah, no, yeah. So, like, in my mind, I'm not really interested in the 7900 XT. Like, the only one that really makes sense, or the one that I'm actually interested in considering, is the XTX. Like, that's the only one. Like, and then on the NVIDIA side, realistically, the only one that makes sense is the 4090. Compared to what I already have right now with the 3090 Ti. But yeah, that alone, yeah, I mean, exactly, right? Like, that's why it's so weird, right? Like, the 4080 just seems like such bad value, just in general, and then the 4090 is just way off in La La Land by itself because its price is just too high. Well, yeah, well, 4080 makes sense at like 700 to 900 range, right? Like, yeah. I really think what I think they should have done, like what I think NVIDIA should have done, the 4090 should have been $1,200, like a 2080 Ti, or okay, maybe like 1,500. It should have been like the same as the 3090 was at launch, and the 4080 should have been, you know, like $800. If they want to do the $100 upcharge thing, you know, make it $800 because the 3080 was $700, and there's your upcharge. This whole crazy, you know, $1,600 and $1,200 thing, especially the $1,200 thing, just seems kind of ridiculous. So, for what it is, it's not worth $1,200. That's why I'm not looking at getting one at all. See, I like where you're thinking with the whole, like, you would buy it if it was $900 or less. In my mind, it makes sense around like $800. I could justify a $100 upcharge over the 3080. Because think about it like this. It's double the memory. It's 16 gigabytes of memory versus 8 on the 3080. And it has the performance to back it up. So yeah, I mean, that, like, the $800, that makes sense. That would actually probably, well, we'll see. We'll see. I'm not going to say too much in terms of speculating on how it'll stack up to AMD. But I think that, oh yeah, you're right, 10 gigs, yeah. But still, you know, 16 is still, like, a lot more. I like how he turned around and kicked the other guy, even though he was already, like, aiming to kick the other one. Come on, Hazel, break that wall, break that wall. Man, that's awesome. Her shield? Her shield just works so well, like, at mitigating all this damage. And then she just reapplies it, and then he just punches both of them. Man. How did that guy get crystallized on him? Oh wait, he might die. Oh no. Oh man, he just wasted the Falcon Punch on the wall. That wasn't good. He's not getting any of that heal. I feel like my damage is really low for some reason. I need to. Maybe I need to be hitting with the water more? Yeah, okay, I think I need to be doing more. They just keep jumping around too much. It's super annoying. needed to be using her ult. That's why. That made all the difference in the damage right there. Yeah, see, the thing is, I find it funny that it took Nvidia this long to fix their memory. Like, they're undercharging people on memory. What they've done for so long. Okay, now he's taking damage. Now he's taking damage because all the bloom is activating. Hyper bloom. Okay, we're catching up. Yeah, that one got sent in the water, so now it's just this guy by himself. Alright, got him punch in the face. There. That took way longer than it should have. I don't know what went wrong there. Three, okay, we still need 2 more. Can I do another run? I can do 1 more run for this stream, and then I'm probably gonna call it quits for tonight. Memory is one of the most expensive parts on a GPU. Yeah, that's the reason why. Well, think about it like this. I mean, think about like the fact that AMD. Think about the fact that AMD has been offering 16 gigabytes. AMD even offered 16 gigabytes of HBM2 on the Radeon 7, and they sold that thing for $700 back in 2019. So the fact that AMD is able to offer like those kind of memory numbers, think about it like this also. Like let's take the RX 480. The RX 480 in 2016 was an 8 gigabyte graphics card, and it was $250 for 8 gigabytes. And if you wanted the 4 gigabyte one, that one was like $200 or something like that. It's like $50 less for half the memory. Like, at that low price point of $250 versus $200, like, why would you not get the 8 gigabyte card? Right? I mean, in some cases, it kind of, you could justify the 4 gigabyte because not that many games, like, needed more than 4 at that point. So I could see why people did that. But I personally would never want to be memory limited. So I would have always opted for the 8 gigabyte. Oh, this guy's alive again? You know what? I'm gonna try a different party because that seems like that should have taken a lot shorter amount of time. Okay, that was cool. We got an achievement for doing something. Alright, I want, like, Hazo's good, but he's just not that good at breaking that wall. And I feel like that really slowed us down. But, I mean, he did really, really good for someone who's a Catalyst user with just his bare hands. Punching that stone wall. I mean, even though it's kind of slow to break it, but you know what? We're going to use this guy instead. Because this guy is just S tier, crazy good at breaking those walls. And I don't know, do I want to try an Electro? Well, let's just go with this. I hope the stream audio, the game audio is not loud, because like the whole point was to make it be quieter. We'll start the fight with her because she'll put that debuff on them. She actually landed there. She'll be able to do this to them. That's what I should have done from the start last time. Because now I can do that, and then I can do this. Kazuha's moveset is just way better at just AoE damage than Hazo. What do I need to do? Oh, the wall again. See, but watch this. Watch how this guy like shreds this wall. He just did. Look at that. What? It took Hazo like so many like Falcon punches to break that wall. He just did this in like like 2 hits. Yeah, I can already tell like the damage numbers. We're doing way more damage. Should I chase this guy? Oh yeah, I guess. Cause see, like, I can just do this to him. Look at that. That is broken. That's so crazy. What the? The wall just like falls down so fast. Why is this one just standing here? His buddy's like getting punched and kicked while he's on the ground. This guy's just standing there doing nothing. And then that one doesn't do anything? Is it because of this little tether that I have on them? Is my tether debuff causing them to like bug out, not do anything? I'm surprised they just stand there and do nothing. This purple one always wants to jump on the wall. He's gonna jump on the wall. Uh-oh. Got caught in the AoE. Go for the iframes. They're doing their little purple spiral flash attack. Oh, he died. Kazuha died. He got like, destroyed right there. Let's see if I can. We got him. Back up. So he still has a lot of HP. There we go. All right. Okay. Now I have over 20 of these, so I need a total of like 46 of them though, so we're not done farming this. But I don't even have Yaimiko yet, so that doesn't really matter. So we can just kind of slow burn grind for the next like 2 weeks to get her. Yeah, the memory is one. I mean, maybe it's the fact that NVIDIA uses a different type of memory. But the thing is, because they're using GDDR6X from Micron. But I can't imagine that being that much more expensive than the regular GDDR6. Like, it's definitely not as expensive as HBM2. HBM2 was really expensive, and the fact that AMD, because that's what they use in the professional, like, server grade graphics cards. Those are all, like, the AI accelerator cards, those are all HBM2 based for both NVIDIA and AMD. So the fact that AMD was providing HBM2 graphics cards in the consumer space was pretty crazy. But that is kind of like the core of where AMD has differentiated themselves and what has allowed them to do their multi-chip module design for the RDNA 3 cards. So that's really gonna be very interesting to see when it finally shows up next month. So honestly, that's the reason why I'm actually really interested in the AMD card. Not only from the fact that it's gonna have a massive performance uplift over the previous generation, but more so because of the interesting, different, like the design, the MCMs, the GPU in the middle, and then you got like the 3 on each side of the multi-chip modules. I feel like those things alone is what's gonna make me probably pick one of those up. Like, there's a high probability that I'm gonna end up at least trying to get one of those. And when I was in Micro Center earlier today, I asked the sales guy, like, he told me they had roughly 100 RTX 4080s in stock, and they had like 40 people show up for the launch. So that's good to hear, because he anticipates that for the AMD launch, they'll have more cards than the people that show up, which hopefully that's true, because the problem is I have a feeling that the AMD cards are going to be hyped up more than the RTX 4080 was, because the RTX 4080, the reviews weren't that great. So, but people still went and showed up and bought it. But the thing is, like, there wasn't nearly that much hype and demand for it compared to the 4090. I think the general consensus was that Nvidia probably would have been better off if they released it the other way around. Like if they did the 4080 first and then the 4090 second. Basically what they did with the 30 series was they launched 3080 first, then 3090 second. And the 3080 was largely a success at launch. I feel like if they would have done the same thing with the 4080 and 4090 after it, you know, they probably would have had a lot better, probably would have a much better perception of the 4080. Now, granted, the $1,200 price, I think, is ultimately what damaged its reputation. That and the fact that the 4090 was having those power supply, like it had all that negative press regarding the you know, like the infamous power cable thing. So, like, that was a thing. So, you know, it didn't really go that well for Nvidia. But I don't think that AMD is going to have much of an effect on Nvidia. I feel like the power cable melting and the underwhelming pricing of the 4080 is more damaging to Nvidia than anything that AMD is going to do at this point. The 3080 was only within 10% performance. Are you sure about that? Was it really within 10%? Because I remember it being a little bit wider than that. You might be right though, because I think the 3080 Ti was basically the same as the 3090. 12%. So yeah, whatever. It's close enough. Wait, no, 13%. So 13% if we're going off of Tech Power-Up's numbers. But Tech Power-Up's numbers aren't really all that great, so there's a lot of variance in there. Because they use an algorithm to calculate these relative performance percentages. Which I think is kind of ridiculous. That's the reason why, like, even in the review, the Tech Power Up website shows like the 6950 XT beating the 3090, but in their chart, it's like 112% over 3080, but the 3090 is 113% over the 3080. So I don't know. It's just kind of weird. But if you look at the 4080, the 4090 is 25% faster than the 4080. Well, yeah, I would never use user bench. User benchmark is a joke. Like never look at user benchmark. That is only like user benchmark is so bad that like it is so misleading. User benchmark will tell you that one laptop is better than another laptop because laptop A has 2 USB-C ports and laptop B only has 1 USB-C port. But what it doesn't tell you is that laptop B's USB-C port is a USB 4 port. So, yeah, never ever use user benchmark. That's a joke. Like, that's... Tech Power Up is a much better resource than user benchmark ever could be. So even though Tech Power Up's numbers are a little bit flawed, they're not nearly that flawed though. Okay, well, we're done with this. That's all I needed to do in this game, so... I needed to do one more boss fight, but I can do that later. So what I'll need to do throughout the week is I need to farm these, so I can... Because I'm basically burned out of those. But the nice thing is I already have... Oh, I also need the talent books tomorrow, so yeah. Okay. So that's probably going to be it for this stream. Like, I guess the key takeaway is, let's do one more thing here. Let me just mute the stream. Let me bring up something here. But I want to show before we end the stream, we'll probably do like the last 15 minutes here. Let me move some of this stuff around. Oh, now we've got 2 viewers. But what I want to do is I want to go over here. No, not. Was it this? No. Let's try MEG, or let's do MSI power supply. So if you guys are near a micro center and you're looking for a new power supply for an RTX 4080 or a 4090, or even like a 3090 Ti. Well, I don't know about 3090. That's the only one I don't know. Because from what I can tell, this plug that I have here, this is the adapter, the infamous adapter. This one is the 3-pin, similar to the 4080. The only difference between this one and the one that the 4080 ships with is on the one I'm showing you guys here. This one lacks the sense pins. There are no sense pins. It's just purely the 12 pin. It's not the 12 plus 4, so it's not the 16 pin. This one ships with the 3090 Ti. So the 3090 just uses regular. Wait, the 3090 just uses regular 8 pins unless it's a Founders Edition. Oh, really? You know what? You're right. I think... Oh, yeah. So that makes the 3080 Ti that I have, which has this dinky little thing here, the Founders Edition 3080 Ti that I have is the most disappointing graphics card I have ever purchased. That thing is so trash that I really feel bad buying one of those. Because... And this is why I will never buy a 4080. Because the 3080 Ti is trash. The 3080 Ti that I have came with, it's the Founders Edition card, and it came with this dinky little, like, 2 8-pin to the single 12-pin. And the problem is, this would be fine if the 3080 Ti, and I guess also the 3080, had the ability to plug in the 600-watt, very high power... it's funny, I call it the very high power, because guys, look at this. Let me show you something here. So let's just click on this guy. I want to show you something. So this cable right here, this one over here, this is the 12 volt. Okay, we gotta open up Paint now. Now I'm gonna probably go on another rant, but I try not to do that. But I gotta illustrate a point. Like, oh man, I'm just getting more and more annoyed by the, hold up, let me remove this thing. Where's, Paint? Okay, so this is the thing about, there's a cable. The infamous 12 volt HPWR cable. PCIE5 power cable. So this thing is all the rage. You know what I call this? So this thing says 12 volt. Why is it not? Okay. High power. The way I first read this is the 12 very high power. I literally read VHPWR as very high power, because typically it will be accompanied by a 600 watt label. So this cable has 16 pins. So it's 12 pins plus 4 sense wires that go on the top. Now the problem with the 3080 Founders Edition and the 3080 Ti Founders Edition. So if we go back over here, let me go to this guy. No, not the 4080. What I want to show you guys is this card. So this card, okay, this is annoying. This annoys me so much because do they have like a, do they have the, it's vertical, you can't see it. Does this show it? Yeah, well, I mean, this kind of shows it, but I think maybe this other picture was better. So yeah, this thing right here, I was looking at mine, because mine came with this 2-pin or this 2 8-pin dongle. Like this stupid graphics card from Nvidia does not have. I can't plug in my very high power cable because this thing doesn't have the sense wires, and it blocks the. So on my new power supply, I have the very high power cable. The problem is if I try to plug it into the 3080 Ti, the 3080 Ti Founders Edition has a fin up here, like behind. You can't really see it. It's really dark. But it prevents me from plugging in that cable. It is such a stupidly designed, not like this is like non PCIe5 compliant because it doesn't allow you to plug in that PCIe5 cable. It's so stupid. Like this is why anyone who has a 3080 will have the exact same, or a Founders Edition. A Founders Edition 3080 will have the exact same problem. It's trash. It is utterly trash. Same problem on the 3080. Garbage. Can you use a 3090 FE power connector to use on the 30? No, you can't. And I did that in my video. Well, okay. I'm trying to remember. Did I cover this in my video today? No, actually. So you'll see it in my video tomorrow. So there's going to be a video that premieres tomorrow at noon Central, which will show... I think it will show. Now I kind of want to double check, but it will show me comparing the 3-pin 3090 Ti plug to the 2-pin 3080 plug. Now the difference is they bridge the contacts. So on the 3080 Ti cable, the 2 pins on the second row in the middle are bridged together. There's a plastic molding that ties them together. And in fact, the shape of them are different from the ones on the 3090 Ti. So the ones on the 3090 Ti are bridged on the top row in the middle. So let me illustrate it in Paint so you can know what I'm talking about. So let me bring up Paint again. So the way it is drawn, let me see if I can, yeah. So I'll just kind of draw it out. So you've got one. Okay, this is 1, 2, 3, and then okay, this is gonna prove to be too hard for me to do. So let me just kind of try to copy and paste this square. You know what? I can just copy and paste both squares. So let me just do this. So essentially, you have a top row and a bottom row. And you know what? There. So on the 3090 Ti adapter, the top one is bridged. Let me look at it again. So it's the top. So right here, there's a physical plastic molding right there. Now hold on, let me copy this again because we're gonna do 3080 also. So the difference between them, this is why the 3080 Ti is such a trash graphics card, such a ripoff. $1,200 MSRP for a card that is like garbage tier. Anyway, so the 3090 Ti is like this. The 3080 Ti is like this. And I'm not gonna draw all the different shapes because the pins, some of the pins are like curved and others are complete square. But if you look here, you can clearly see that the 3090 Ti has a bridged plastic molding for the top row. The 3080 Ti has it on the bottom row. And like if we were to draw out the rest of the connector, so the rest of the connector is kind of like this. It's flat on the top, and then the clip is like down here. Like that's where the little tab that clicks in, And the same thing on this one. So the clip is like down here, right? So the problem with the 3080 and the 3090 Ti is you cannot use the very high power connector because the 4 sense wires that would go here, 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 and here, you can't use it because this is blocked by the stupid Founders Edition cooler. It's such a dumb design. Not future-proof at all. At least the 3090 Ti is future-proof. The fact that you can use the Sense wire, the actual official very high power cable with it, and it works. 3090 Ti connector wouldn't work, but a regular 3090 might. Oh, you know what? That's a good question. Or that's a good point, because the 3090 has a... Well, see, okay, that's not the point. The point is I'm trying to avoid using any kind of breakout. I want to be able to run the pure cable straight from this all the way to the other end that goes straight into the power supply. I can't do that with a 3080 Ti Founders Edition because it cannot support the 4 sense pins. Now, the 3090 might be just as stupid. Oh, wait. Are you kidding me? Is this just as dumb? Oh, wait. Oh, man. The 3090 is even stupider than the 3080. This one's a 3-pin, and it has the same... Are you kidding me? That's got the same design as the 3080. It has that gap right there for that bridged contact, or for that bridge molding. That's terrible. Oh man, that's awful. That's probably the worst one. And this is the one that dies because it has half of the memory on the back that cooks itself. Oh man, this is even more stupider than the 3080 Ti. What? Oh, this is awful. Man, I dodged the bullet on this by getting the 3090 Ti. Wow, that's awful. That's the worst one. And here I thought that the 3080 Ti was bad. This is the stupidest one. This thing requires a 3-pin. It's a 3-pin. Wait, no, it's not. Is it? Wait, no, it's not. Hold on. Okay, hold on. It's just as dumb. It's just as dumb as a 3080 Ti. That's right. It comes with the exact same breakout that the 3080 Ti comes with. Which means you can't use your nice 24GB GPU with that fancy new 600-watt very high power cable that ships with the new power supplies. That's awful. That's terrible. This is probably going to have the lowest resale value of all the 3090s on eBay because of that. Because of that. Maybe not today, but give it like 2 years, and then when a lot of people have upgraded to the PCIe 5.0 power supplies, and they have that cable, and it's a normal thing to use, good luck trying to sell one of these garbage bin, like, Founders Edition GPUs, over, like, an AIB that actually put 3 8-pins on, or dual 8-pins, or whatever, or 2 8-pins plus 1 6-pin. That's going to be the smarter choice. Yeah, yeah, you're right. Exactly. So I'll be showing this in my video tomorrow. Because in my video is going to be going over... Oh, it's weird how the tech part doesn't have a picture of the side that has the connector. That's probably the biggest oversight I've seen on this website. Yeah, that's what I was saying. Yeah. 3090 fries its memory, uses the same stupid connector that the 3080 and 3080 Ti use. So, which means you lose out on being able to use the very high power, the natural plug, like one 16-pin to another 16-pin going to the power supply on both ends. So I detailed this. So I did my unboxing video of the MSI. I've got the box right here. the MEG. So this is the power supply that I'm using right now on my new PC that we're streaming on. So the MEG AI 1300p PCIe5. This is one of the first ATX 3.0 power supplies. It is made by Channelwell Technology, CWT. So I highly recommend this because the power supply that I was using before this one was the Corsair HX 1200, which was also made by CWT. And CWT can handle the insane power spikes that the 3090 Ti can output. Same thing, it can also handle like Vega 64 and Radeon 7's power spikes because those two were notorious as well. So I can't recommend this one enough. If you can't get one of these, that's what I was going to talk about on Micro Center's webpage. So originally I was trying to get this power supply, so the MPG 1000 watt 80 plus gold, which it was showing up in Micro Center, but when I got there, it was completely sold out of stock. I had been watching it for a few days online. I think they first showed up on the website on Tuesday or Wednesday, and they had, I think, like 20 plus in stock, and then now, like this morning, they were down to like 3, and then when I got there, they were gone. So, but the sales guy told me that they had just gotten the, if it even shows up, is it going to be stored by MSI? Wow, what is all these brands? Like, well, okay, this is the one. This is the one, PCI 5. So that's one of them. We'll open that another tab. Here it is. So this is it. It's very expensive. I know. It's a very expensive power supply. But this is the power supply that I had budgeted for months now. I had funding saved up to buy this particular unit. I knew it was going to be over $300. I didn't know where exactly it would land, but I knew roughly it would be around $300 because it's that early adopter tax. You're getting that, that 12 very high power, I call it, but it's a 12 volt high power connector. I do the unboxing video is on the channel. If you want to check that out, you want to see all the cables. I go into all the details of every single cable that comes in the box. It has 2, so it's got one 16 pin native, and then it has a, yeah, I know it costs more than ARC. That's hilarious. I wanted it though. Like, in fact, the thing is, when I told them I was looking for this one, this is the one I was originally looking for. This one's a lot more reasonable. So honestly, I would recommend this one because they're both made by CWT, which means they're both really high quality. The reason why I opted for this one is because, like I was telling the guy in Micro Center, this was the one I was always searching for, and I was actually surprised that they had it. And he told me that if you look on the website, it'll say sold out, but we just got them off the truck today. So yeah, so they literally just arrived. So I couldn't pass up that chance, because I was telling him, like, this will allow me to run the 3090 Ti with the native cable, so that gives me access to the 16 pin on both ends. You can see it is this cable right here. No, it's this cable right here. It's the one that I'm circling on the stream. That one is the 600 watt cable. The one next to it is an interesting one. So the one next to it has the 12 pin on one end, just like the 3090 Ti's plug, but on the other end it has two 8 pin out. So what that's for is, let's say you have you want to run a traditional graphics card, but you don't want all that that cable mess of like all these like dual 8 pin or triple 8 pin. What this second cable allows you to do is, on the power supply, you plug in the 12 pin to the the 600 watt connector, but on the other end you have 2 8 pins out. So you can plug those into the GPU directly. like a traditional GPU. So I can see myself doing that with a 7900X TX. I'll have my 12 pin going into the power supply, and I'll have my dual 8 pins out going to the GPU. So that results in less cable clutter inside the case. So that's really nice. So that's nice that they included that. That's a nice little value add. I do think that the MPG has both as well. So yeah, I can see it has it as well. So on the MPG, this one is more reasonably priced. This one is $200. I have a feeling this one's gonna be the one that sells out more quickly because it's far more affordable. But you can see it has the 16 pin right here, and then it has that 12 pin to dual 8 pin as well. So you're not really losing out on anything if you go with this one. The only thing is it does have less of the traditional PCIe 8-pin cables. So you have the EVGA Supernova G Plus 1000 watt. I believe that's a really good one. That is made by Superflower, if I'm not mistaken. So let me just kind of give you guys some details on what to look for if you're buying a power supply. So maybe I should do a video about this, but I think if this would be very useful if we had a lot more viewers in the stream. But if you guys are in the market for a power supply, I recommend, so the best brands, well, okay, typically there's Corsair, and there's EVGA, and then what's another one? Seasonic sometimes sells their own, but they're more so outside of the US, but they do still sell OEM, like their official ones. There's Seasonic. Who's another one? XFX used to make them, not so much anymore. I think I'm thinking of the ones that we all know. So typically with Corsair, I'm trying to remember the other company, but Corsair is usually if we're talking about for high end. So when I say high end, 850 watt or higher, starting at 850. 850 is the minimum. That is the floor. If you're looking at like 3090 Ti discounted, or 4080, or the upcoming AMD 7000 series, or anything above that, like any high-end GPU, in my mind 850 is the floor, which means I would not even look at anything that is in 850 or better. Does that sound snobby? Yes, but we're talking about like top tier enthusiast hardware. We're not talking about 3060s. We're not talking about ARC. We're not talking about those sort of GPUs. You can get by with much, much lower end power supplies. But we're talking about like the big stuff. The stuff that like potentially burns down these cables. Right? Like for those, 850 is the minimum. So 850 or higher. So if we're talking Corsair, typically all the Corsairs that are 850 watt or better are made by CWT. Who is CWT? Channelwell Technology. In my opinion, they are number one. These are the best. They're better than Seasonic, and they have one rival. The one rival is EVGA's Superflower. Superflower is the other really big one. You cannot go wrong with this or this. As long as you have this or this, you're good. So yeah. 4090, I would go, 1000 watt. Like I was telling the guy at Micro Center today, like when I was there, like I told him, I was looking for this one, the 1000 watt, because I if I could only spend 200 and no more than that, that would be nice. But they were sold out. But then he told me they have this one. So I was like, whatever, I'll get this one. So it's 1300 watts. So you're getting 300 more watts for like $160 more. Not worth it, to be honest with you guys. This one is the much, much better deal. You're not missing out on anything. And this is still CWT. So the nice thing about these MSI units they are made by CWT. You can't go wrong with that. So CWT is really, really good. I can't recommend them enough. That's how I fixed my OCP issue with Vega 64 back in the day. So I used to run a Seasonic 1000 watt prime titanium. So it was a 80 plus titanium. 80 plus titanium is the highest level of 80 plus efficiency certification. There's titanium, then platinum, then gold, then silver, then bronze, then just 80 plus. And then anything that's lower than that isn't even 80 plus. It's just nothing. It's garbage. So, or, you know, I won't say it's garbage. It's just not certified. So, but titanium is the highest spec. So back then, I bought a 1000 watt Seasonic Prime Titanium 80 plus titanium. I thought this is the most efficient power supply. This is the best power supply. It's so awesome. I plugged in my Vega 64. I went in to play Final Fantasy 15 on Windows, on Steam. It was Final Fantasy 15 Steam Edition. This was back in 2017. And the opening cutscene started. They got to the part where the big, like, fire scene happened, where the characters, like, run across and hide behind, like, a car that's on fire or something. And right as that scene happened, bam, the computer turns off. The computer just literally just shuts off. And I was like, what just happened? So I turned the computer on. I thought maybe, was there a power outage? Was there a power outage in the area? No. I turned the computer back on. I go back in the game, start playing the cutscene. It gets to that exact same moment in the game where that cutscene is playing, and then bam, the computer turns off again. And I'm like, oh, we are running into a computer problem, hardware problem. So then I found out it was the OCP. So basically, Vega 64 was spiking over like 600 watts or 500 watts or whatever it was. And I looked up Johnny Guru's, this was back in the day when you could use Johnny Guru's website. So he had a forum, and there was a post already talking about this sort of thing with power supplies just shutting the computer off. And it was because of the graphics card. So Vega 64 was tripping overclock protection, and we found out that the Seasonic unit was too strict with the transient load. For some reason, the transient spike was long enough in a millisecond duration that the power supply considers that a overcurrent instance, and it literally shuts off the power, thinking that there's a bad thing that's going to happen. So it activates OCP. It's a safety feature. So I was like, well, this is bad. What do I do? And so I RMA'd the power supply. Seasonic sent me another one. Same problem. So then I knew, okay, the only way to fix this is to go with a different brand. And that's when I got the Corsair HX 1200. So I upgraded from a 1000 watt Seasonic to a Corsair 1200 watt. That was an 80 plus platinum, so it's less efficient than the 80 plus titanium, but I didn't really care. And that was my first CWT power supply, and problems never happened after that. I could play Final Fantasy 15, no issues with Vega 64. I even did a video with Crossfire Vega 64, which was an insane, like, I could get that thing up to like 900 watts of power draw with dual Vega 64 in Crossfire. I also tested GTX 1080 in SLI, and that was like half the power, so like 500 something watts in SLI. But yeah, that's my experience with using different power supplies. I've never owned an EVGA. I've never had a Superflower power supply. But I know from reading reviews that they're very comparable to Channelwell technology. So you can't really go wrong with either one of these. Now, having said all of that, you have to be careful because not all Corsairs are CWT. As far as EVGA, I'm pretty sure it's the same thing. Like, not all EVGAs are Superflower. But if you want to play on the safe side, if you buy a 1000 watt or higher, you're pretty much guaranteed these premium OEMs. So that's the reason why it pays to go for the super high-end overkill $200 plus power supplies. Because people like Gamers Nexus will say, buy what you need, right? They'll recommend buy what you need. Don't spend exorbitant amount of money just to have the very best. And I agree. I'm not saying go out and buy a 1600 watt Supernova from Corsair or EVGA or whoever makes the Supernova. I think that's EVGA. But it might be Corsair or Cooler Master rather. Yeah, like, but there are $500 power supplies. Like Corsair has an AX1600i, which I think is like $500. So I would never buy that. Like, that's too much. That's way too much for a power supply. But that's definitely gonna be like a high-end all digital. I don't know who makes that one. I don't think it's CWT. I forgot who. There's another one that starts with C. I can't remember the name. But not all Corsairs are CWT. Not all EVGAs are Superflower. The lower down you go, the stack, so like if you drop below 850 and you start looking at 750 watt, 650 watt, 550 watt, that's where you're going to start seeing like the lower end OEMs that are not CWT or Superflower. Basically companies like Chickeny is another one, but they're not that bad. And then there's some other ones out there too. So I forgot who's the one that made the Gigabyte one. Gigabyte was basically like their reputation in power supply business was destroyed. I think it was last year, maybe it was 2 years ago, with their exploding power supplies a few years ago. And they were using a supplier, I forgot the name, but they're still in business. 200 is your max? Yeah, so that would be the MPG from MSI. The CWT unit. So this one. Yep, this is the one. This one's got that cable. It's got that other breakout cable too. So this is what I was originally looking to get, but I unfortunately was out. So overspending. Oh well. It's that time of the year. I try not to do it, but you know, at least it's not $500. So, and it's a 1300 watts. So, and the other thing too is, like I was telling the sales guy, like it has all the, like for instance, I can connect the very high power cable for the 3890 Ti. I can run the dual 6-pin PCIe for my Thunderbolt card and that sort of thing. So I'm not limited on any connectors anytime soon. So this is a nice one. There's another one though. Like I want to show you another one. ATX 3.0 gigabyte. This one. So the Gigabyte UD1000 GM PG5. This is the very first ATX 3.0 power supply. This is the very first one that has the plug. You can see right there. It's got it right there. So this is the first one that I was aware of. This one was available on Newegg like back in, I want to say August, as early as like early August, maybe even early, maybe it was July. You could get one of these. So this is the first one. So Gigabyte was the first to market. However, the reason why the uptake in adoption rates for this particular brand was so low was because of the damaged reputation to Gigabyte's power supply division because of what happened with them a few years ago. But the thing is, this is a completely different design. I don't know if it's a different supplier. There's the connector right there. So you see, you get the connector, you get, it looks like 3 PCIe, and then you have, although I do think this is shared with CPU, so that's actually kind of limiting. So you can do they have the breakout? I wonder if they have the breakout. Because without the breakout, this is really bad. Like, this is just not enough. Like, they need at least one more 8-pin, because high-end 13th gen Intel or the new AM5, the X670E motherboards, they typically use dual EPS 12 volt. So that's going to be like 2 of these just for the CPU. That leaves you with just one 8-pin for the GPU, which is not going to be enough. So this is going to need a breakout option for this. If you're running like a 6900 XT or something. So I don't know. Maybe that's the reason why this doesn't really sell that well. But for 1,000 watts, this should probably have another PCIe connector. So I feel like there's just not enough connectors on here. But the reviews of this seem pretty decent. Like, there was one guy who did a review on this. I forgot the name of the YouTube channel, but he did say that I think the capacitors in here were from Leylon, and he was saying that Leylon is not that good. Like it's like Chinese capacitors as opposed to Japanese capacitors. So he was questioning the durability of that over time. But this is a completely newer design, so I feel like the one thing that I want to see on it, and it doesn't have it. It doesn't have the ability to turn off the semi-passive mode where the fan turns off. It only has 2 out of 5 on Newegg. But see, are those verified purchasers? Okay. Oh, they are. Makes clicking noise under power draw. Love that it has the new port for NVIDIA 4090. Sadly, makes clicking noise under big power draw. Not sure how to make it go away. 12 volt high power. It ruined my motherboard. I took out my 850 watt and replaced it with this. I ordered it for that, so I didn't have to use an adapter. When I turned it on, nothing. Asus board didn't go up. Okay, so this guy probably did. Obviously I don't know who this is, but what I will say to this person, my first question to him, and I feel like the manufacturer response, well, okay, if he has a support case, they'll probably do it, but what I would ask this guy is, did he use the cables that came with the new power supply, or did he try to reuse his old 850 watt power supply cables? Because if it was the latter, if this guy or girl, I don't know who it is, it's anonymous, if they used the old cables with this new power supply, it's their fault. It is not Gigabyte's fault. They screwed up. They destroyed their computer because I'm not saying that they did, but I'm saying if they were lazy and thought they could just pull out the old power supply, put the new one in, connect all their old cables to the new power supply, there you go. That's why they did that. They probably fried their SSD, and it has irreparable damage, especially if it's an SSD as opposed to a hard drive. I have brought back an old hard drive, an old 2 terabyte Seagate hard drive back from the dead because somebody, I know, I had a friend who killed their hard drive because they did this. They had a thermal take. I forgot what the original power supply was. It was some like cheap power supply, some whatever brand. I don't know what. They bought a 750 watt thermal take. The one that has like the red colored power connectors on the ends, not the black ones. So they bought a thermal take 750 watt, but they were lazy. So what my friend did, the power supply went in, but they were too lazy to put the new cables in. So they basically used the old cables for the SATA, for the graphics card, for the CPU. And what happened was when they turned it on, clicked. It didn't turn on, clicked. You hear the power supply click. Thermal take like shuts off instantly. They tried it again. They kept pressing the stupid power button instead of realizing that they have something horribly wrong in the system. So what I found out was what they did, because they kept on trying to turn it on, they basically blew out the fuses on the circuit board on the Seagate hard drive. So that was causing an open. So the power supply detected like there's no power through the SATA, so it's not going to turn on. There's something wrong there with the circuit. So what I ended up having to do for them, I had to take apart the hard drive, not open up the spindle, but like I had to take off the green circuit board on the Seagate, and I had to solder by hand. I had to fix the area where the fuses were. And by doing that, I basically shorted across the fuses, and they could get their data off of that hard drive. I revived their hard drive so they had all their files because they had no backup. So not only did they not have a backup, but they were too lazy, and they did, well, I'm not saying that this person did this, but they did not use the new cables. So the key takeaway here, never use the old cables, because the pinouts inside that connect to the power supply, not to your graphics card or whatever, but to the power supply, they might have a different internal wire mapping through the braided cable that you can't see. So that is a very, very important thing to remember. I do mention that in my upcoming video. I do talk about this. So I have a feeling that this person, it's not it ruined my motherboard, it's you ruined your motherboard. That's what I think. I don't know if I can prove it, because very, very rarely is something caused by the power supply. It's usually user error. So I would chalk this up to user error. So I don't count this one. I'm not saying it can't happen, but it seems like it's very, very unlikely. They probably did something wrong. Like it says, didn't have to use an adapter. When I turned it on, nothing. Asus board didn't light up, no sound. Yeah, you're not going to hear that. You're going to hear a click. You're going to hear a click. Put the old one back in. Boards light up, but don't turn on now. See? He put the old one back in, and the board lights up, but won't turn on now. He has damaged something. He basically blew out a fuse somewhere, either on the board, or on an SSD's circuit board, or on a hard drive circuit board, or maybe the graphics card circuit board. He destroyed something. The only way to troubleshoot this is to one by one take things out of the computer until it finally posts. So, good job. Yeah, good job, Anonymous. So, that has nothing to do with Gigabyte in my mind. So, makes clicking sound. So, if this was a Gigabyte problem, then when he puts the old power supply back in, this should work fine. But the fact that it's not working with the old power supply means he did something wrong. So, that is user error. So, I don't count that one. So far, there's really just this one that has the clicking sound. That could be... You know what this is probably? This could be the fan. So the fan turns on at 50% load or higher. So he said it makes clicking noise under big power draw. That could be the fan is like touching something. That just, he needs, well, yeah, that's going to be annoying because it's inside the power supply. So yeah, that could be a quality issue with the fan. I don't know about clicking, but yeah, that could be a fan thing. So yeah, you know, that's unfortunate because I feel like this is a decent unit. I would be okay running this if I was gonna run this in like if I was gonna put this in a case where this goes at the bottom of the case, I'd be okay running this Gigabyte unit. But because because I'm using a fractal torrent, so a fractal torrent. So because I'm using this case, the problem with this case is the power supply mounts at the top. So you got to put the power supply up here. Like, it's very old school in that regard. And I just don't want the Gigabyte unit because not only did the reviews on the Gigabyte unit say that the capacitors will run hotter than normal because the box is too small. Well, it's not too small. It's just the regular square as opposed to the longer rectangle. Typically like the Corsair HX 1200, for instance, that's like a longer rectangle. So you have more space to spread out the heat. Whereas with the Gigabyte and also the MSI, like even the new 1300 watt MSI that I have, it's relatively compact. So I personally don't like that it's so compact because it means that what happened to my, hold on. Oh, you know what? There we go. I don't know what happened there. But yeah, what I was gonna say was the fact that the Gigabyte power supply and the MSI power supply are smaller for how high wattage they are, Now, granted, the Gigabyte one is only 1,000 watts, but the MSI one that I have is 1,300 watts, and it's still the same small size. So that's not a good thing when the power supplies are relatively small like that. But see, the fact that it's top mounted, I don't like when the power supply is top mounted, because all the heat tends to rise naturally because warm air rises. So that, and because the power supply has to be upside down because the fan is down here, it means that all the PSU components are up here at the very top, and they're typically going to run a lot warmer up here than if they were at the bottom of the case. So this is the one negative drawback of the Fractal Torrent. So this received very high praise by reviewers. But the only thing is it's at the expense of the power supply having to suffer day in, day out with higher operating temperatures than necessary. And especially when under heavy load. Like, under heavy load, this thing's going to run pretty hot. But however, I feel like under heavy load is not so much the problem, because it's not going to be like that all the time. And the fan will tend to be spinning at a higher RPM, so you're cycling more air across the surface area, dissipating heat out the back. So I feel like that's less of an issue. My issue with it is the fact that the case forces you to have the components of the power supply on the very top, the highest point in the build. So that means that they're going to run hot because of the natural warm air rising. So that's not a good thing. And with the Gigabyte unit in particular, if we go back to the Gigabyte unit, this is using Leyland capacitors, which are, from what I understand, not that great quality. So that's a little unfortunate. Well, I mean, it's fine if you have it at the bottom of the case. I wouldn't have an issue running it at the bottom of the case. But at the top of the case, those warmer daily operating temperatures are probably not going to be good for longevity. But they're offering a 10-year warranty on this, and that's what they're doing to try to fix their reputation. So 80 plus gold, it's not that bad. So this is not a terrible one. But I do think that the MSI MPG 1000 watt PCIe5 is probably the more solid choice. So this is the one that I would recommend. This one is CWT. This one is not CWT. It's made by some other more lesser known brand. So that alone, I think, the fact that the Gigabyte one is $10 less, like, nah, I would definitely go, like, this thing needs to be like $150 for me to consider this for a build, or maybe even like $140. Or give me like a Black Friday deal. Like, I'll tell you what, like, if I can find one of these for like on a Black Friday special for like $120, I'll probably buy it. Like, if I can get this for $120, I will buy this power supply, and I will throw this in my 13th gen Intel desktop with my Radeon 6950 XT. So I'll put this in my Intel computer, because I've got the MSI in the Ryzen computer. So if I want another like ATX 3.0 in the future, I could consider this one for my Intel computer. So, because that one's still running on the old ATX 2.0 power supply. So, but I mean, this, honestly, I really want Gigabyte. I want a higher wattage one, because I'm using an HX 1200 with the Intel 13th gen, so it's kind of weird to go from like 1200 to 1000. But I mean, you're also going to 80 plus gold down from 80 plus platinum. So for me, that would kind of be in all intents and purposes, it would be a downgrade, side grade at best, because I gain the power cable. So, but these are the two that I'm aware of that are available now. Like, if there are other ones, I'm not aware of them. Like, if we try to find like PCIe5 power supply. So we've got, yeah, so the MPGs from MSI. Oh wait, so Thor. I don't think that one. Is this one? Oh, PCIe5. Okay, is this? Yeah, you know what? Asus, you really need to put the right... This is actually not a real one. This is a fake one. I mean, it doesn't have the... I don't think it actually has the cable. No. See, this is too early. June of this year? No. And I can tell just by looking at this, I don't see the cable on there. So if they... It's saying PCIE5. So this might be... So there is a Seasonic that you can get from Micro Center that claims PCIe 5 compatible, but in reality what they do is they give you the 12 pin that goes into the GPU, but then they just have a longer breakout that has to plug directly into the power supply. Like, it takes up like 2 or 3 of these 8 pins on the PSU, and I don't like that. That's not what I'm looking for. And I have a feeling this Asus one is the same way. When they're claiming PCIe 5, but there's actually no 12 volt high power that connects into the power supply natively. That is way overpriced as well. Yeah, I would never buy this. I personally don't like to buy anything from Asus that's not a motherboard. Or a monitor. Like, Asus makes good monitors and they make good motherboards. Anything else... No, I'd rather give my money to somebody else, like a different company. So, yeah. See, this is just stupidly expensive. See, the thing about this is they have like an LED. They have an LED display for that shows you the wattage, like how much power you're using. The problem is if you throw this in a fractal torrent case, you'll never see that. So it's kind of a very hard gimmick to sell. I mean, I applaud Asus for trying to innovate and find new ways to kind of, offer some sort of value add to their products on the hardware side. However, at the end of the day, like, something like that is going to be it's very hit or miss, because it might resonate well with people who have a case that they can actually show their power supply, but more and more of them hide it in a power supply shroud, and then like the one that I have, it's like mounted up there in the top in its own little bay, and you can't see it at all. It's completely out of sight in the torrent case, so this is kind of it's a wasted effort. It ends up being a wasted effort on Asus's part, but I still think it's nice they try to do stuff like that. It's just kind of a hard sell. So I don't know what this is. Is this, what is this? Does this have the... No, that doesn't have it either. I don't know what, that has some kind of weird, like, PEI or RIP. I don't know what those things do, but anyway, that's weird. Yeah, so... Not a whole lot of choices. It's basically either MSI. It's funny how the Gigabyte one doesn't even show up in the search results. Like, you have to actually you have to manually, like, type it in if you want to find the Gigabyte one. But if we go Gigabyte... Oh, the other brand I was thinking of? Be Quiet. Be Quiet makes power supplies, too, that are very, very good. I don't know who they're using. I don't know if they're Superflower or someone else. But Be Quiet's are really, really good at handling transient loads as well. So, yeah, most of these are just kind of ignore. I think the P850 or the P650 was the one that exploded. I forgot which one. It was the P something. I can't remember exactly which one. Maybe it was a U series or GP. I don't know. I don't know which one it was that exploded, but obviously these newer ones don't have that problem. So, but these are basically the options right now. Like, there's the option from Gigabyte, which I personally don't like, that it doesn't seem like it has enough cables, but I guess on the bright side, you're far less likely to overload this thing because it doesn't have that many connectors, whereas with the MSI, you've got more connectors, but you could potentially overload it. See, like, MSI did it right. Like, MSI gives you 4 CPU and PCIe, whereas Gigabyte only gives you 3, and I think that is going to be a big deal breaker. Like, that alone is worth the $10. That and the fact that this is a Channelwell Technology power supply unit. So, yeah, I'm sorry, Gigabyte, but, man, I don't know what's wrong with Gigabyte these days. I remember the CEO of Gigabyte back in 2015 or 16 was declaring that it was during the time of, like, Maxwell and Pascal transition. So that would have been like 2016. Like, the CEO of Gigabyte was saying that Gigabyte is on track to be #1, and they're gonna like quadruple their sales. And then ever since then, they never actually lived up to the hype. That was when they started selling like Aorus branded laptops and like Aorus branded like everything. But you know, I don't know what happened, man. I feel like I can tell that they've pulled back in terms of their product offerings, because like just from the AMD Ryzen 7000 series launch alone, I feel like, man, Gigabyte has really scaled back their lineup, because they had like, you know, they have the Aorus Extreme, the Aorus Master, and the Aorus Elite. And then everything below that was either like B650 or some budget like X670 boards that were like still too expensive for most people. But you know, like the fact that the Extreme capped out at $700 when Asus went all the way up to $1,000 on their Extreme, and then MSI had the Godlike at some stupid, ridiculous $1,300 price tier. You know, the fact that the Godlike from MSI costs more money than an RTX 4080 is just laughable. But you get my point. Like, Gigabyte didn't really offer anything above, like, $700 was where Gigabyte drew the line. Like, that's the cap. We're not going to price anything above that, which actually is a good thing in my mind. But the thing is, when you look at, like, if you compare the Gigabyte Aorus Extreme, which was $700, to the MSI Meg Ace, which was also $700, the Ace was hands down better in pretty much every way. And then the Crosshair from Asus, the Hero, was also $700, but that board wasn't really, I mean, that board had USB 4 natively, but other than that, it was kind of like, it doesn't have anything for expansion slots except for like a useless X1 slot. So that's like a big letdown. So yeah, I just don't really like the Asus lineup this time around. The Extreme is nice, but it's $1,000, and I'll never spend that much money on a motherboard. So yeah, I don't know, but I don't know what's going on with like their stuff. Like, maybe they just don't have enough money, so they gotta sell for these like lower, lesser quality ODMs and OEMs for their power supply division. Unlike MSI, which got to opt for the CWT units, which are basically the same as Corsair. So I can see this, like, if news gets out, see, I feel like the thing that Corsair and EVGA really don't want people to know is they don't want people to know, like, they don't want people to learn, like, who makes the power supplies, not just for them, but for the other brands, because I feel like EVGA and Corsair, they want to keep their like, I don't want to say trade secrets, but like they want the public to view them as the premium, high quality power supply brands, so people keep buying them instead of like the lesser known stuff like MSI and Gigabyte, for instance. So, but I feel like if word gets out that like these MSI units are made by the same company that makes the high-end Corsair units, and these are like way cheaper than the Corsair, the equivalent Corsair was typically like $300 for something like this, like, that's gonna really hurt like Corsair's profit margins. Because remember when EVGA left the GPU market, they said that the profitability, the profit margins on power supplies were well above 50% versus like GPUs, where the profit margins were like almost nothing. So that means that I can pretty much guarantee you that Corsair and EVGA are making so much bank off of these power supplies. But the fact that MSI is now selling the same, essentially the same thing that you'd have to spend like, you know, $250 or $300 for the same equivalent Corsair unit. In fact, let's actually back up that claim. So let's look for like a Corsair HX1000. Like, how much is that? See, 250. Look at this. See, I was right on the money. I said 250, right there, 255 for an HX1000 versus an MSI for 200. And the thing is, this is the exact same manufacturer. These are both using the exact same. They're literally clones. They're literally clones. The only difference is one has a Corsair tax on it of $55. The other one, you know, MSI, lesser known. They're kind of new to the power supply space. So, you know, CWT in both of them. You can't go wrong with either one of these. The only difference is Corsair doesn't have the cable. So MSI ultimately is the winner. And it's cheaper. And it's the same manufacturer. It's the same OEM. So, like, if more people learn of this truth, then that's going to hurt Corsair. That's really going to hurt Corsair. So, like, my YouTube channel, man, I don't know. If someone from Corsair sees this, they're probably not going to want to ever sample me any of their stuff because I'm saying stuff like this. Because I just tell like it is. I just reveal, like, all the secrets. Like, this is Channelwell technology. This is also Channelwell technology. Which one would I buy? Obviously, this one because it has the plug. But even if the Corsair had the plug, if we give them the benefit of the doubt and assume that they will eventually have a model that has the, you know, the RTX 4090 plug, I'll still buy the cheaper one because I know that they're the exact same components internally. It's both CWT. You can't go wrong with either one. So at that point, you're only competing on price. And that's the thing that Corsair doesn't want to do. Any company that has become very successful and very profitable, you know, look at Apple. They want to keep their profit margins high because the minute they're forced to compete on price alone, because the public learns that these two are made by the exact same OEM, aka CWT in this case, then that really is damaging. So anyway, that's probably gonna be the last of what we're gonna talk about on the stream. I think that's gonna be a good place to stop for now. So once again, tomorrow there will be a premiere at noon Central, so 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific time, 11 a.m. Mountain time. So if you guys want to see like the full details on this power supply, I do have the unboxing video on the channel now. But the install of this, upgrading to this for my Corsair HX 1200, it sounds really weird saying I'm upgrading from a Corsair HX 1200, but upgrading or side grading from the Corsair to gain access to the cable with this MSI unit. So you guys are interested in that, definitely check out that video tomorrow. I will also show installing inLAN 2TB M.2 drive in the Gigabyte Aorus Master on AMD. So stay tuned for that as well. So with that said, I'm going to go ahead and get on out of here. Thanks everyone for watching once again. And I will catch you guys in the next one. Thanks.